Hi everyone, we are back again after 2 years.
Is it 2 years?
Is it too?
It's
Yes.
2.5 years, but
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So we are back again.
Guess who's back?
2023.
Yeah. So it's another podcast in which we're gonna talk about a lot of fun stuff. And
Whatever comes to our mind,
yeah,
basically.
basically. I mean, we're literally doing it for fun, I guess. Um, so I think just let's get started. We have some topics, but I don't know
Yeah.
if we're gonna stick to it or not.
Yeah, we've been saying that we should do a podcast again for like 2 years. Like every 1 month, we should do it, and then nothing happens.
So now we're here. We are doing a podcast. We wanted to start at 8
Yeah,
p.m.
yeah, yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
That
Well,
was the plan, but
who cares?
yeah, yeah, and as usual, nothing goes according to plan. So, yeah.
And then let's get started. What is up?
Domi?
Well, a lot has happened since we've been here. Yeah, a lot happened in all of our lives, like very different things because we go to the other schools and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, personally, I went on traveling a little bit of traveling around France and Spain mostly for like 8 months. And yeah, I think it changed me a lot. I learned a lot, and I look forward to talk you about this. Talking
Yeah, yeah,
about
you
this.
really should elaborate as well. Because, like, you just graduated, took this summer off, of course, and then in September you started your journey. Last year. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, yeah, because you graduated last year, both of us, although we graduated this year.
Yeah.
So yeah, how about that, Roland? What's up with you?
So yeah, as GC already mentioned, I've just graduated as him. So this past year was mainly about finishing high school, doing the finals, getting ready for finals, which is like, yeah, kind of sucky. Or at least a lot of
Saki, yeah.
studying for sure. Um, but yeah, I guess there were like two very important things in this past year for me. One of which is applying to university. So I applied to NYU in the fall as ED. And it was like NYU, but in Abu Dhabi, so their Abu Dhabi campus, which I got into, luckily. I'm literally moving in like 5 days or so, to Abu Dhabi to study at NYU. And that is like I think the most exciting thing that happened to me. But like that's like one big change. The other thing which has been happening through the whole year with me was being a leader at a volunteer club, which is really it was lot of job, a lot of working with it, and I loved it so much. It is a voluntary thing that tries to help other people, and it's a youth organization, and I've got to lead it this year. It's called Leo, but yeah, I think these were the two main things that has happened to me in the past year. Uh, yeah, which we can talk about later on a bit more as well.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
And what?
We,
Yeah,
yeah, we really should. So for me, it was like it's like 2.5 years, which means it's 2021 when we had the last podcast, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
So like in 2021 we decided that we will do some other things on YouTube actually. Uh, but we didn't. So unfortunately, there was a lot of planning at the time, we figured out what we will do videos, not podcasts anymore.
Yeah.
Of course, we tried as a duo, the both of us, but we wanted to expand the team with Domi. So we thought about that we will do videos about scientific stuff, but in a fun way.
Yeah.
And I think that I can reveal that we wanted our first video. The idea was that we will get drunk, literally, film ourselves, and then tell you about the scientific background of alcohol and stuff. And I literally just saw a video somebody doing this like 2 weeks ago, and it got like 500,000 views already. So it's a shitty thing that we didn't do that, but of course I had some personal stuff as well, and that was one of the main reasons why I didn't do it. I don't know exactly about the two of you why, but I think that it was partly the reason for you as well.
Yeah.
And of course school started because this was like in, I would say it was like in May or July, and we planned it to do it throughout the summer. We tried to do a video about Wim Hof as well, if I'm not mistaken.
We actually started that one.
Yeah, we actually started recording and stuff. I still have footage of me naked in the shower. So yeah. Because like the cold water and stuff. So yeah, but like after that, I met my girlfriend, which is really cool. Yeah. She was for the last 2 years. She was my greatest achievement because I personally on other like in life in other segments in life I wasn't that successful, unfortunately. I did the Leo. I was in the voluntary club as well as Roland, and I was in the leaderboard as well. But it was like not that much of a how do you say this, responsibility. However, I didn't get accepted to university, unfortunately. It's sad, it should, but life goes on. So for me, these were the main three things, mostly. Yeah. So yeah, should we elaborate now, or we should mention some stuff that I already started considering what we wanted to do on YouTube?
I mean, I think, yeah,
On YouTube,
yeah, probably. Let's go with that.
Yeah. So what was the main idea?
The main idea was that we basically want to look into some serious topic, like more serious, like scientific or some newer thing that researchers come up with or something, and somehow make it active. So make it like something that we can do, we can show, and yeah, try and then teach.
Yeah.
So this try and error, teach, and let's see what we can come up with, basically.
So yeah, it was like a combination of like
Entertainment and
yeah, different niches. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I would say it's not because of we have such a high ego or stuff, but I think we were kind of ahead of these type of videos, like ahead of the time of these videos, because the last 1 year was about these videos, I have to say. For example, yes theory. Of course, our main idea was that we would like to be somehow we would like to catch the vibe of yes theory in a sense that their storytelling is so good. We wanted to implement that, but we didn't really want it to deal with traveling and stuff or challenges because this is what they do mainly. Of course, now they have like a broad content of niches on YouTube, of course. What was the whatever our like ideas? So we thought about yes theory that we would like to storytell like they do, and what else? So for you, for example, because I think it's a personal, of course.
Like the inspiration, you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, definitely yes theory.
Yeah.
Especially at the time, like I think we found the channel at that time, around
yes,
that time.
yes, it
Yeah.
was.
It was like one of the biggest inspiration for the channel But I don't know because I think like at that time I watched a lot of educational videos, but like there was no one specific channel. It was just that I watched a lot of educational content, and it was like I really loved them. I really loved how they were presented. Um, I don't know, maybe kurz gesagt, or there is also I don't know, the science guy.
That's the channel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there is a science guy which I don't know the name of. And I watched a lot of those videos. But I always been like, yeah, this is exciting. This is really great to talk about. This is a really interesting topic, but it wasn't. I didn't feel that this is super intriguing or this gets my attention enough that it would get the attention of somebody who is not necessarily interested in the topic itself. And I think like my inspiration above like watching a lot of educational videos and yes theory was that I felt like it was missing that these educational topics would get to the huge crowd. And I mean, obviously, we weren't the ones who brought this to the huge
Yeah,
crowd,
no.
of course.
but I think this was like my motivation behind, or like the idea behind, for me that I haven't seen it in these educational ideas and scientific questions within entertaining content.
Yeah,
I would mainly focus on. So I always have like a hobby, a new hobby that I want to try and I want to improve. And I put my all my energy in something. And it would have been a great way to like document and show people and let others help me and let me help others.
yeah,
So it would be like a challenge that we can do together, basically.
yeah.
Challenges.
And I like the past 1 year, 1.5 year approximately, I saw a lot of these videos. And I think that with YouTube Shorts coming in, because I think when we did podcasts, YouTube Shorts wasn't a thing. Am I right? I don't think so.
I think
No.
they started after that.
I think so
Not much
too.
time,
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah. So like with YouTube Shorts, a lot of educational entertainers had to catch up with the short time communication that you have with the audience, like in a minute or a half minute, and you need to make your educational videos much more entertaining. So they were all of the educational channels were pushed into the idea what we actually had back then. They were like forced because in order to keep the attention of somebody during that 1 minute and put educational content into that 1 minute, you really need to mix entertainment as well. And I saw it already. So yeah, yeah.
But then at the same time, if you have only half minute to tell everything, then you don't have actually the time to describe it broadly and like
Yeah, yeah, of course.
so
It's
that
like it's more of the all of these videos should be like something valuable that you can recognize. So after that, you can click on the channel and then watch the video. Actually, there's this idea that YouTube just introduced. I don't know, 2 months ago approximately. It's just a random fact that they would like YouTube Shorts to be in a way that the content creators can actually show the long video that they have about that topic inserted
oh yeah,
in the like below the video, so you can click on it, so you don't have to make that two more clicks, which is, I know it's like it seems to be not a lot of work, but just think about that, you only scrolling through YouTube Shorts, for example, you don't have the energy to tell you the truth, and you're so in that specific loop of just scrolling that you really wouldn't do that two more clicks. So just one click is
Yeah.
going to be the best way, but it's not, I think it's not ready, or I don't know whether it's just the idea. Yeah, we have some comments, which is really good.
Yay.
Yeah.
uh,
We know the quality isn't the best, but we really wanted to try with the
yeah, this is just
with
an
with the camera.
experiment.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like it's a potato computer which we are doing it on, but at least we have camera, which
Yeah,
is fun.
yeah,
Which is more personal, maybe.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah. So yeah, this idea would have been so good, and I think it still has. Of course, YouTube is saturated, really. So, but if you get the algorithm to work for you, you still can produce great content and educational, entertaining. So I think there's still some space, of course, in the craft, but I don't think that we are going to be the ones who will do this. For example, here in Hungary, I don't know anybody. I have some channels in mind who does this, like Telex sometimes do these explainer videos. For example, last time I saw it was about inequality
Well, I think it's more like,
between women and men. Yeah, yeah.
but Talax's videos is more like the Vox explainer, like
Yeah,
not
true.
on that level, but
But it's
it's
still
like that kind of.
more entertaining and more or more closer to the ground to like tell average people what is the main idea, for example, of like complicated topics like the inequality between women and men, like in the world as a whole. Axinoma or axinoma, I think this is
Isn't it Axiom? I
axioma, yeah. It's really good. I really love the guy, and he does like almost the style of Johnny Harris, for example, and Vox as well. So yeah. So in Hungary, these are the two that I know. Of course, there could be more. I know that Tanulom Magam started again because I saw some of his videos, for
Yeah.
example. I don't know whether you watched him or not.
Long time ago.
Yeah, a
maybe.
long time
Right.
ago. I think that we were in, like, all of us were in primary school still.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
yeah. But it was really good at the time, and I think now
Now also.
yeah, now also because I just saw his last video, which was about politics, left and right and stuff, and explaining politics. He really did a great job. So yeah, he's good too. But I still think that for Hungarian listeners, those ones who don't speak English, it's really hard to find entertaining, educational videos. It's really hard.
I don't even search for Hungarian videos because
Because you know English, of
it's
course.
much more easy to find English
Yeah.
English versions. So
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I mean, it's much
Just-
more broad. Like,
Yeah.
if I'm searching for something, but usually I don't. So I don't use YouTube as often as before.
Yeah. Which is understandable. I use it much more than I used to, actually, because I try to reduce my screen time on Instagram and stuff. However,
TikTok.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't even have that app, for example. But because of this, I spend more time on YouTube. And of course, I try to watch educational content. Of course, we can ask the question whether it is education to just consume random stuff like why the Mount Everest is this big or something like that. This could be an educational video as well with geography and stuff. But still, you don't learn it. So
yeah. But I mean, it's educational.
At least. Yeah.
But it's also like, I think, like, not just Hungary, it's just general that YouTube is not stopping. Like, there is still potential to do new types of videos in kinda all kind of genres. And like, we don't need, so like, I think there is no such thing as there is a genre which is maxed out. Or like, there are no way that we could make new types of videos. And yeah, it's blowing up. There is always more people on YouTube. It's always growing. But like, that's the thing. As far as I heard, ever since YouTube is like very popular in Western world, uh, basically there was always a year when they said that like this is the top of YouTube, and then next
And then
year
we're
it
going
was
up.
yeah, and it's always higher, and somebody always says that like now this is the top, like there couldn't be more, and there is always more, there's always new. And I mean, I'm not saying that it could never stop, or it could be never a point where a genre just dies out because there is no more into it. But generally, when we talk about such broad topics as like educational videos, then we can just say that there is always space to new types of videos. There's always space to a new type of storytelling, a new type of video making with your own style, which would make a lot of difference
Yeah,
and could catch the audience
for sure.
differently. Uh, and it's just not stopping. And I think so far it's not gonna stop in the close future. Like,
No, not at all.
and I
No,
And
think
of
even if
course
it
not.
stop, if people stop producing videos, the old ones are still there,
yeah,
and there's so much that you can choose between anything.
Yeah, the real question is that how many content creators are going to be able to compete.
yeah,
Because of course there's space still, but like there are those people who dominate those spaces as well. For example, entertaining, there's Mr. Beast. For like and of course for the whole YouTube there's T series. I don't know whether you know them or not. Yeah, yeah. And for like educational space there are Wendover Productions. I think they have more than 10 million subscribers. Kurgazakt, which you just mentioned, it's like much more than that. So yeah, there will always be those ones who dominate the space, which is a fair question whether it is so other competitors in YouTube or on YouTube, whether they're going to be able to grow just as those ones who started like 15 years ago, because Kurgazakt is being on YouTube, for example, like I think they started the channel like in 2009 or 10. So like yeah,
I mean, I think until the number of viewers is growing on YouTube year by year, it's not gonna be a problem, because yeah, there may be more content creators, but there are way more people who start using YouTube or who use YouTube more and more, and until that does not stop, I don't think that this is an issue that YouTube would face.
yeah, true.
Especially that I think there is no platform that replaces YouTube so far.
Rumble tries, I know because because like yeah, Andrew Tate of course was banned because there was a hype um on YouTube. I don't know, it was like the beginning of the year was definitely
Yeah,
all about Andrew Tate on YouTube.
Yeah.
In the like in like the mainstream, of
yeah, yeah,
course. And he got banned, and Rumble, which is like another site, but it's of course there's a paywall. So because of the paywall, you are not able to watch it for free. It's
I never even heard about it.
yeah, this and mainly
me
this
neither. So
and mainly this is why, because it's just a trial and error to be a video sharing platform, but YouTube is the king. This is the only one that works this well. And just imagine the storage capacity that it needs to have in order to upload like 45,000 videos a day.
yeah,
So
absolutely.
it's like you really need to have that so much storage available.
Yeah.
And of course, this is why Rumble is, for example, paywalled, because they need to pay their engineers and stuff, because they don't have that much of advertisement, for example, and stuff like that. So yeah, it will be impossible to be the next king of video sharing platform.
Yeah, I mean, it's also that YouTube gets the resources of Google
Yeah, true as well.
and their parent company
Yeah,
who
yeah,
owns Google,
the developers and stuff, all of them. Yeah, yeah.
and Google has already the amount of money and amount of developers that
Yeah,
they just
dominance, simply.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's just monopoly straight up for Google in this industry. And it's also that if you see that, like, yeah, there may be some video sharing platforms which are blowing up, uh, like TikTok blew up,
Yeah.
or
But with a
but
slightly different
yeah, that's
genre. Yeah.
exactly, that's my point.
So
Like,
it's not the same. It's
it could only blew up because it was for a different genre. Or if you think about Twitch, it was for different genre. It was for a very, I mean, not so different, but again, it got a different kind of focus for Twitch, and it could not compete with YouTube, but be a successful company.
Of course, it's only because it's live. So the live
Yeah,
streaming on YouTube is dead. And of course, all of those content which is
Live streaming.
yeah, but it's true. It's true. In order to be a full-time live streamer or a full-time,
yeah,
for
you have to
example,
go to Twitch.
you cannot play video games on YouTube because it's not family friendly. This like what we do here podcast, it is family friendly. Even though we could talk about like porn and stuff, it doesn't matter because it's listed as a podcast. So
Yeah,
YouTube doesn't even see into the video, but they see like in the title there's like video game and stuff. It's going to be concentrated that they will find something. This is why, for example, most most video games are not like, I mean, the like when you play the campaign and stuff, they do this on Twitch as well. They do like everything which is not accepted on YouTube. Like for the last time I saw this, there is a trend to streaming how do you say, I don't know, casino games online, or I don't know, how do you put this? It's like
Like basic card games and stuff.
yeah, card games, so you can play like, I don't know, blackjack and stuff,
Oh, okay.
and they do this on Twitch as well. And it has a lot of attention. And you know what has a lot of attention on Twitch? Bathtub chatting. Of course, there's an attractive girl with big boobs, and like men who are just like simply out of their mind. They are going to pay even to rewatch their streams and stuff. So it's crazy. And these girls are the ones who make the most money on like this like Twitch. So it's crazy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So yeah, it's fine though. And of
it-
course, like there are other platforms as well which grew a lot. For example, OnlyFans, you can mention. Of course, it still counts as a video sharing platform.
yeah, I mean, it does.
Yeah, with a different perspective, different
Yeah, of course, but
focus.
yeah, yeah,
basically.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I actually know that there's somebody who does Minecraft on OnlyFans. So yeah,
Fuck.
yeah, but it's like, of course, the space turned into
Without anything or
no, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I mean, yeah, and TikTok.
Yeah, I
It's,
mean,
it still counts as a video sharing platform.
it absolutely does. But this is the thing, like, TikTok is very different from YouTube.
As well as OnlyFans and as well as Twitch.
Yeah, and but still, YouTube is the biggest,
Yeah.
and it's still YouTube kind of has it also all. I mean,
With the
it's-
shorts.
with the shorts, you still have streaming, and I mean, it's not that YouTube shorts are as big as TikTok or YouTube streams are as big as Twitch streams, but they still have it. And if you say it like, for example, a lot of TikTokers put out YouTube shorts as well
Because they just can't monetize.
Yeah.
They can't even monetize TikTok so well because it's like limited so much,
yeah.
really.
Or if you just think about Twitch streams, how many Twitch streamers have YouTube channels for putting up their Twitch streams
Of
and
course, of course.
videos?
Yeah,
So-
as Vero
And
does. Yeah.
if you're famous, you basically have all accounts on all
Yeah,
of these platforms.
Because you have to have.
You have to have, yeah, in order to
Because-
get some money.
Because
Yeah.
if somebody watching YouTube, then you're on YouTube. If somebody is on TikTok, you're on TikTok.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
So
yeah. You have
just
to.
cover everything.
Yeah, you have to.
I mean, you kind of establishing a brand in
yeah,
a sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
When the product is your video and
And
you
this
yourself.
is what we don't going to. This is what we won't do
Yeah.
to build a brand. Of course, because of like reasons. I don't think if we wanted to, we just lost track. I think a little bit. I mean, would we want to add something to whether what we wanted to do? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the channel's name would have been Lost Pieces.
Which we renamed this channel to.
Yeah, for fun. And of course, the design that you can see now is the same, I think, that it would have had.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So this is what this is like the customer experience you can now you now have on the channel. This is what would
Yeah,
have it
yeah.
been, but like we didn't do it, and I don't think that we will. But
Who
of course,
knows?
who knows? Yeah, yeah,
Who
yeah, of
knows?
course.
Also, somebody says that they want to ask a question from Domi,
Go
but,
on.
but I don't know if they will. But I just said they
Okay.
may ask a question
Of
from
course,
you.
yeah, yeah,
We are
sure.
waiting
Go
for it,
ahead.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, of course. And yeah, so I don't know whether we want to add something else to this topic, like YouTube and us.
I mean, I don't think so. Like, there's, I mean, it's just sad that we didn't do it. But I think like you really explained well why it's sad that we didn't do this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
After all, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
because
reasonable that we didn't.
our
But
main purpose of this is just to like get together
yeah,
more and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
talk about some serious topics.
Yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
if we're here and we can watch it back and we can
Reflect.
see the reviews and
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah, yeah.
then we will take it more seriously and we improve in much more areas in life
Yeah, of course.
just by doing this. And I remember we talked about it several times that yeah, we miss this because this and this is missing from my life because we didn't do this podcast.
Of course, it's kind of an exposure as well. To like, of course, I don't know how many viewers we have right now. It's about 4 or 7. Okay,
seven.
so
We
yeah,
also
Seven.
have 10 at some time. So.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So like 7 to 2 people, 7 to 10 people. Yeah, yeah. But like, it's not that you have this excitement that oh my god, 1,000 people will watch me in just minutes. But you still have to get your shit together and just speak. Try to speak, like wise, a little bit more wisely, because you just don't have to embarrass yourself. And with the camera on, it's like really a different environment too, as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Absolutely.
I think that you really could see that in the beginning.
Yeah, what do you think about our studio?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We will turn it into a studio because he is going to be away. You're going to be
Away
in.
again.
Of course, yeah, yeah, but like in Budapest only. So you can come down every single weekend.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
going to be here. Roland
But,
is out of the house, of course.
From
So-
Europe.
Yeah, from Europe as well. So yeah, we can just sit here. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
us,
going to be more
not
difficult.
you. You
Yeah.
can be here.
But I can do the stream for you and the editing and the work stuff.
Yeah, that's true. If we make money. If you don't, then you don't have to. Yeah, yeah.
Or I can just do the charity for you.
Yeah, 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 yeah. So charity. Would we want to talk about the stuff that we actually did? So would you like to start with the European tour that you took, or shall we start with something else?
I can talk
Okay.
about it.
Okay.
Yeah, so our so I went traveling with my girlfriend, and our main idea came from, so I wanted to apply to an exchange program which was cancelled because of COVID, but the whole structure was that I go out to a country, I stay with a family for 3 months, another family for 3 months, and another family for 3 months, and we do the same. So at home we have 3 exchange students also. Then this got cancelled, and we thought that well, we can make it happen just by ourselves. And a lot of things came really handy with this. So we won the Interrail ticket, so we could travel for free basically with the trains. I can recommend everybody this Interrail ticket. It helped us a lot. And the other platform we used was Workaway, where you can work at families, on farms, or just simple, basically anywhere. There's lots of opportunities. So you basically just put your profile up in this Workaway app, and people who want to host you or other people will find you, or you can find them, and you chat, you talk about how can you help, what would be
The work
the
itself.
work,
Yeah.
the resources, everything you talk about, what you want to do. And then you travel there. And well, it's a really great way of traveling and working, because if you're at their house, so you don't have to pay for accommodation nor for food, but it can change. So there's different
Of
ways
course.
of
Yeah.
yeah, every house is different, of course. So it's, you have to talk about it a lot to make it precise. Like, you don't want to like any surprise stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we went, we were at 5 different families, very, very much different families. It was 2 different sides and everything. uh, and yeah, we tried different works. So it was easy stuff like chopping wood or cooking for the families, but we built like fences, we built stairs, rock stairs and stuff. And it's great because you feel like a family member, basically.
Yeah.
So when you're there, you eat together, you eat dinner together, you spend your coffee breaks together, you have game nights if the family wants to. You can travel together. If they go to the local shop, you can go there, the local charity or events or family meeting, they bring you there. So you experience the local life in another world, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Definitely.
and that's something that you can't experience with going to a hotel and booking a room,
Yeah. Definitely.
going to the sites, visiting the sites, and you go home. So it was like 5 different lives in 1 year, and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
just amazing.
Did you start with this type of traveling as well, or you did some like sightseeing? I mean,
Yeah,
like,
it was we worked somewhere, and then we booked also hostels and stops where we didn't have any place to stay, so we had to, because it also happened we didn't prepare as much as we should have needed to. So when we left from home, we only knew the 2 months before in front of us, and then hoped that everything will work out. And everything worked out. If we failed to do something, then we had to pay for it, basically. So if we didn't find a place, then we had to book a place.
yeah, yeah,
And
of course.
Yeah, that's
but fortunately, there were no strikes where we didn't get to the next city or something.
You mean like the train companies?
Yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah. And all of our places where we stayed, it was just a great experience. We didn't have any negative feedback from anywhere.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course, there must have been
Yeah, yeah.
something.
We heard stories where the people just couldn't find the common ground,
yeah,
and they have to leave because they just hated each other, or the place was a scam or something. But
Like on
yeah,
Workaway, you mean? Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
but it's generally a very safe if you do your research. So you can leave reviews of the host and also from the workawayer, us. So
Yeah.
if somebody has like 10 or 100 reviews, then you can read these and
Of course.
decide where which one to go to.
And if you do so, you should, because it's like a great indication for
Yeah,
others.
of course, and you can. Yeah, you have like an understanding on where you're going, and
Yeah.
you don't want to go somewhere where you know that you won't feel like it's your type of work and your type of family, your type of like living.
Yeah.
Because
Sure.
yeah, so we tried like we were at a family which was vegetarian, and if you would miss eating meat, then you don't want to go there.
Yeah.
So it's just easy to understand.
And what was or were, depending on if it's more things or one thing, that was like the most difficult. If it's a general thing or a specific thing, that was like
Difficult. Yeah, there were times when we like really didn't understand what to expect from the next place we're going, or just we know that, oh shit, like when you start your journey from a safe place, because when you're there you really feel like you're grounded, you're here, you're safe, you know what's happening. But when you just hop on a bus and leave to you don't actually know where, and you hope that you will get down from the bus and hope that they will wait for you. You haven't even talked really, but they seem nice from the chat. That was difficult, and also because we spent 8 months, so from September till May, and we didn't even go home for Christmas because it would be so much difficult.
Yeah, of course. So like
it's a long time.
Yeah.
From
to just get home for Christmas and then going back, it doesn't make even sense, because you have that break and you have something to look for like after just 2 months.
I
So
guess
like
if we went back for Christmas, I don't think we would leave again.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's
of
really
course,
just getting home, we're relaxed and calm. And
Yeah.
I don't want that. But if you're in the motion, if you're in the action, then it's just so much easier. So like packing everything in and just go, it was much easier than like if I wanted to pack everything now and just go for 10 days, it feels much heavier, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's also, but you can have me in this, but the travel mindset is very different than staying at one place. Like when you get into that mindset that now I'm traveling, now I'm, as you said, that like, okay, I may be here for 2 weeks, but after that, who knows what's gonna happen? And where I'm going, and what's the plan next? It's a very different mindset than when you are actually settled at home, especially like you know everything, you know everybody, you don't have language barriers.
Because so we spent most of our time in France, and we don't speak French. We speak very very little bit. We understand very very little bit, but that's all. So when we had to like organize even small things like train tickets or something, it was difficult. But once you're there and you have to do it, you will do it. So it's not a question of
let's just go
ability,
home.
but like I'm here, I have to go to the next place because that's what we agreed on. So I will solve it. And you cannot be lazy if you're there, basically.
I mean, I guess I mean, when you're traveling, you are just you don't have a choice. Like you either solve the situation or you're fucked up.
Yeah.
And
if you wait,
and you can go.
It will be worse. Like if you wait to buy a plane ticket, then you will pay more.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Or you won't have a roof over your head for the night.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
of course that can happen as well, that you just found your hostel just 12 hours before like the sun goes down, and you are just lucky that you can get the place. And if you don't get it on time, you're fucked.
Fucked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You can like sleep at the bus station or stuff. Yeah, yeah. And I wanted to ask, and actually there's like a question in the chat as well, like what were the places that you reached with the help of Workaway, and which were the places that you just visited simply, and there was no work at all?
Well, in the first 2 weeks we spent with Interrail. That was a very busy 2 week because yeah, we didn't do any work. We didn't settle anywhere down. So we visited Prague. We were there in a hostel. We were in Prague, then Berlin.
Yeah.
In Berlin, I have a friend who stayed there,
Yeah.
so it was
Free
it
to
was
say.
free.
Yeah.
And thank you, Nicholas. Uh, then we went to Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Also, we stayed at a friend, so it was a great coincidence. Like we managed to do this. Then went to Brussels, where my brother has a friend, so we stayed there.
Yeah.
And then we went down working at Avignon.
Yeah.
It was a very, very long journey. It's like 16 hours, and we were dead by the end. So we
Yeah.
arrived to our host, and we were basically sleeping in the car.
You took the night train.
It was day and night.
Yeah.
But,
No, yeah,
but
but-
Flixbus, we traveled everywhere by Flixbus basically after
Yeah,
that.
yeah. It's like cheaper than
Yeah.
trains.
But yeah, in the first weeks we spent like 3 or 4 days in every city,
Yeah.
and we tried to like get everything in. You know, the first weeks you're very, very energized.
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah.
It gets really tiring.
Yeah.
We were just in Montenegro for 7 days, and after the fifth day it was done out. So like, because you do so much, and it's just 5 days, and you see the end because, oh, just 2 days more.
Yeah.
So I can push more because I have to.
Yeah.
But when you have like 8 months ahead of you,
But-
or just to be precise, 7 months and like 2 weeks, because like you're in the process of traveling for 2 weeks already, and you have to go to the next city and the next city and the next city. It's like
But
difficult.
still, you feel like this. I won't come back here. So this is
Sure.
my opportunity to
Yeah,
visit everything
yeah,
I
yeah.
can.
A lifetime of opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Opportunity of a lifetime. Lifetime. Yeah, yeah. Opportunity.
That,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But it's also, I think, the difference comes from when you have 8 months of traveling, or actually just something that is more than a general holiday, which is a week, or maybe 2 weeks. If it's more, then you can have you can
Yeah.
spare your energy more. Like if you don't have to do everything, you don't have to see every single thing, and because you have more time, you will still visit lot of
yeah,
things.
one thing I really, really grateful for is that we had much more time than like a family trip.
Yeah.
So even yeah, we might not visit everything after a while. In the first weeks we were really rushing to everywhere.
Yeah.
But still, if you have more time to like really just grasp the energy of the city, like you're just walking around, you don't know where you're going, and you just enjoy being there, then it gives you much more than rushing to every site, taking 2 pictures and then rushing to the next one, because that's just isn't it, you know?
And of course, you just can't get the feeling of the specific country or city even in just 3 or 4 days. You really need to be there in order to catch something, like, I mean, culturally. So you really need to be there for a longer time.
And it's also like when you go on these trips, you don't just visit the big flashy touristy
Yeah,
places.
sure, sure.
Like, yeah, when you go to Paris, it's like, wow, every corner is an attraction, literally.
Basically, yes.
Yeah, but when you go to a small town, you don't have so many things to do, but the amount that you can immerse yourself in the culture, and feel that, yeah, this is actually, in this case, French culture, or whatever country you go
Yes.
to, and I think there's a very different type of experience when you can feel that now I'm actually experiencing the culture and not just experiencing the touristy Instagram experience.
Yeah. And it's again another, so like there's like this steps, so you can go travel for several days as a holiday, then you can go travel for 2 weeks, it's still a holiday but you get to know more of this specific country or city, then you can go into something like you did. And I believe that living there for like 2 or 3 years, it's again
That's
That's
another.
so
Yeah, yeah.
so it
yeah,
could be so
absolutely.
different from this as well, because then you have to apply your habits into that
Mm-hmm.
specific culture and stuff. I believe that you did too, in a sense, because but
After, yeah, but so basically we stayed for the longest. We stayed at a place for 2.5 months, but with 1 month. So we stayed there for 1 month. We went up to Paris and then we went back because we couldn't find any other place, and they were so nice that they let us again stay there.
yeah,
Uh, but usually we spent around a month at a place,
Yeah,
and that time is enough to like start to get a routine,
yeah, yeah,
start
yeah,
to
yeah,
get a routine, start to get used to some of the things, and then at the point where you're feeling like, yeah, this is a habit, this is a daily habit, this is just a normal
yeah, yeah,
day in a week, then you go to another other place. So it was that part was tiring
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
because you just don't have that daily routine. You have to, like, I miss my workouts because I didn't have the place where I usually work out, and I have the place for doing that
yeah, yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah, of
Like,
course. And you have like, it's hard to tell because you must feel some kind of stress as well because you don't have the habits. And like not and like the uncertainty you just mentioned, like
yeah,
you don't,
asking
yeah,
yeah,
everything.
yeah, yeah, and stuff. But like other stresses, the things that stresses you out, like during a normal day in your normal life, it disappears somehow, I
Yeah,
believe, during
uh,
traveling. But
traveling makes you feel free, like
yeah,
really, really free.
even though you have to work, even though you have to
Mm-hmm.
do something around the house and stuff, you
Yeah.
don't feel that stress that comes from school or your regular work.
Yeah, basically our main fears was to get a place to sleep
Yeah,
and get food to eat.
yeah, yeah.
So this,
The basics.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But other than that, yeah, try to not spend
That much.
that much.
much.
Try to spend at least the least possible
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
amount
yeah, yeah.
so that you can travel for more.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, my favorite activities were like going out in the night, just exploring the city. I don't know where I'm going, but just going.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Uh,
I
and
wouldn't even do it, for example, in Győr. It's a little town, but still. I don't have the confidence to just go out in the streets during the night. I don't know why. I know it's not like you get mugged or something, but like still.
and yeah,
So it's brave of
the
you.
feeling of, you know, when you're doing something and you know that this is your last time that you're doing it, you
Yeah,
appreciate it more.
yeah,
Sure.
And it was my way of looking at things for the whole travel, because it was true. So this is the last time I'm here. This is almost the last time I'm talking with these people.
Yeah.
This is the last time I see this view. So I will appreciate it more. And this implemented in my daily thinking as I'm thinking
right now.
right now
Yeah,
also.
yeah, yeah.
And this is one of the best parts that I learned during the
So would you
travels.
say this is the best
Yeah.
as
Um,
like a live
And
experience?
also like this was, so I tried making, of course, the best pictures
yeah,
uh that I will look back and make videos where I can just make a movie about it. And so just looking and trying to find the most beautiful places and the most beautiful parts of everything, of daily life.
Yeah,
So just imagine you're 027, you're looking for beautiful stuff.
yeah,
How would that make you feel?
yeah. That's really great.
You will
Yeah,
find it.
yeah,
but I think what is really important here is to understand that this is not specific to traveling. Like this is
Yeah.
not so, and
But
and
traveling makes it.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing that you've mentioned, that you could carry this on into your daily life as now when you're not traveling, which is amazing. And I think this is also why a lot of people should just go and travel a bit. Not necessarily 8 months, like, or not necessarily that long, whatever feel comfortable for you, but to understand what this means, because I think there is much more to appreciate in your everyday life that you think of. And I also think that there are a lot of small things which are
Yes.
amazing, and you don't even realize that it's there in your everyday life, but it's there, and you just get on with the flow, and you don't stop and you don't experience it. Whilst when you travel, you know you want to stop and you want to experience it, but you could just carry on that into your everyday life, and then you would be just
of
Yeah.
much.
course, this would be the perfect scenario of
Yeah,
implementing this stuff, but like without the flow, without constantly thinking about, oh, I have to live this, I have to live up to this moment, I have to feel the energy around me. To do that all the time, at the end, it won't be as like remarkable of a feeling. It's going to be the regular. So it's like
but I think
there's this like I would say there's this like every single thing that you implement in your life will eventually turn into a habit, and when it becomes a habit, it doesn't give you that much of emotional attachment to that specific thing. So for example, for me, I try to really appreciate every single day that I wake up. Sometimes I did journaling for like 3 months at the beginning of the year and stuff. I got so used to it that I left journaling as well, and without journaling, I just did some self talking and stuff. That yeah, today you woke up, let's appreciate the day. It turned into a habit, so my emotional attachment to this actually declined, unfortunately. So I actually got out of the habit as well. I don't do that anymore. So it's like there's this weird cycle, I would say.
I mean, I think there is a level of fairness to your point. Uh, but also, I think when you're talking about appreciating things, appreciating the little things in life, it's different because I think you don't do that consciously. Like, or at least
Yeah.
I don't do that consciously. That now I'm stopping and now I'm appreciating.
But you
It's
have to start consciously, no?
no, I
Because
don't necessarily think so.
if you don't do something, you have to act on it.
Yeah, I mean that's fair, but it's also I think you have to find your own way in this, and many times it's not that you should stop appreciating the thing. You should start appreciating the things you have. Maybe you should think about that, are those the right things for you,
True.
because if
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
don't appreciate them in your everyday life, or you don't feel good with them, then are those really the right things? I wanted to mention kind of a counter example to your example, that there is a thing I do a lot of times. I literally do it on the same road. It's going by bike to the city when it's afternoon or before sunset, in the golden hour. I did that 100 times. I am doing it on the same road. There is nothing new about it,
But
but
still.
it's the feeling is it's the same as I felt it the first time. I still feel so happy about it. It's nothing special. There is no spectacular view. It's just the feeling for me is so great, and I appreciate it so much, and it did not decline anywhere
Yeah,
in my
everybody.
life.
Yeah, true. Everybody has something like this. For me, it's the gym, for
Yeah,
example.
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
a good example
moving
too.
for everybody, I guess.
Yeah,
Moving is generally the very best activity to release these
yeah.
Yeah,
happy
that's true.
hormones. So
Yeah, of course, yeah. Especially if you sit like in school or a workplace, yeah. You can move more, of course. And there were any accidents? I mean, like, there had to be. It was 8 months.
Or something
uh,
going wrong.
we were really, really lucky. So none of us got sick, like nothing, not even a little bit of cold because we swam in the sea in
Oh yeah,
January, and
fair.
that wasn't the best idea, but it was like 1 or 2 days, nothing serious.
Fair enough.
Uh, yeah, one bad thing was that they stole my girlfriend's phone in a bar, but yeah, we got over this because so I actually brought another phone just in case
Oh yeah,
it broke down or yeah, somebody stole it, we lose it, anything that can happen. And nowadays, without a phone, you're pretty much fucked.
yeah, fair.
True. And you have to have a backup.
Yeah, so it was really sad because we had lots of photos in it,
Oh shit. Yeah.
but it wasn't like an expensive phone. It was a
Still,
basic phone.
still
Yeah.
the
So
memories,
it
the lost
it was
memories.
annoying because we cannot do anything
Yeah.
other than going to the Spanish police, which was another experience.
They don't speak English
They didn't,
Yeah.
but yeah. So just imagine we had a translator,
on the
like
phone.
like a real person,
Yeah.
but he spoke Hungarian and
Yeah.
Spanish, and we just gave it to the policeman and back and forth. It was
Video chatting.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was, and my internet connection wasn't very stable. It was hell, but they were really helpful, so
Yeah.
it wasn't any, but
But the phone
yeah,
is lost.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
lost.
yeah.
But that's all. And we were talking about it a lot, that even if I know that I will lose my phone, and I would still go.
Yeah,
So
do the
it's
Yeah.
same, do the same. And like there's a lesson here as well to store your things besides your devices as well. So have like a how do you say? A cloud.
Oh
That
yeah,
you
yeah.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you take a photo and it goes up to the cloud instantly. So yeah, it's a great stuff. And this is our sponsor blog because today's sponsor is iCloud. It's not.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
that's
should.
that's new for
fun.
me. Oh shit.
Do you
Should-
have the money?
Should be the sponsor because we give you valuable stuff.
Yeah.
You.
You.
We give you valuable stuff. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. What your like experience with hostels because I wasn't accepted to university. I would like to do some kind of traveling too. Not of course not for like 8 months, but I would like to work as well when I'm abroad, for example. So, what's your like?
Well, for young people, if you can give up some of your like luxurious elvárás, mi az elvárás?
Expectation.
Expectation.
Luxurious expectations, then it's perfect.
The hostel,
So,
yeah.
the hostels. Of course, you have to search for the ideal
Yeah.
ideal places where, because hostels can range from like really really bad, nasty, like very bad hostels, but there are really really good ones where they have a common place where the people can eat together, chat with each other. It's really
It's
good
great,
for
yeah.
getting to know people. So
I,
this,
I
yeah,
don't want to be like this to do assumptions and like be stereotypical, but like those hostels are great, which are packed with travelers and not, for example, with seasonal workers, right?
yeah,
Because
yeah,
I would say that seasonal workers tend to be more like, I would say,
I mean, I don't think that is that often that seasonal workers go to
yeah. Hostels are
hostels
basically for
travelers.
for.
young travelers.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
and yeah, our we had really really great time in all of our hostels. Really, we met with some friends. We talk even now
That's
because
really great.
yeah, we met in the hostel. We explored the city together,
That's
and
really great.
then there were times when we met in one city and we were traveling to the next city together, uh, because we had the same route, and like, why not? We are free.
And of course, you have to give up privacy in a
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
sense
have
as
to
well.
give up
obvious.
privacy. You have to listen to the people
Snoring.
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 Yeah, yeah.
Um,
So
but
like,
it's affordable.
a pro
And
tip.
like if you're together, like there were times when I was just preparing myself for the night. I went out, go clubbing, and the guy next to me was like also talking like, where are you going? To the club? Yeah, to the club. Let's go together. And we went together. That's
Instant
really easy.
connection.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you have like a common ground.
Yeah.
So it feels like everybody is everybody's friends in the hostels.
yeah.
Some hostels, not all of them, because there are, if the hostel is like really big and people are working on the laptops and stuff, there are different vibes, I would
Oh
say.
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, so it's
So yeah,
But
different, but I can recommend it to everybody basically.
well,
Because it's
yeah.
different. It's better than a hotel if you really want to have more experiences, more interesting
and
stories.
you would just only use your room for sleeping,
Yeah,
even. So
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. And like, how was the bathroom experience?
They were clean. They were clean. I Yeah, I don't have any
Yeah, yeah.
negative feedback for this.
Do you have to like save slots, or is it like you go whenever you want to go? So it's like, I mean, like, do you have to like in advance save your time when you go into the bathroom, or you can just
No, it's just
yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know
no
why I
problem.
think that it would be. I would say that the bathroom is a place where you can at least have your privacy. So these
Yeah.
slots would make
Yeah.
sense that you
I
can.
mean, but it's also like everybody has so different lifestyles
True.
Yeah,
who come together, and also there are usually more than one bathrooms for
of
a
course.
hostel,
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah. True, true, true.
it shouldn't really be an issue.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much you've experienced that because you did not travel solo, and I think like this is more like it's more apparent when you travel solo that when you try to get to know others in hostels, it's like really great. As you said, there is an instant connection,
Yeah,
but
you can.
also there
Uh,
is no commitment. Like this is not a place where you can make long-term friendships, or
no, no,
it's
no.
not a place where you can make deep connections with people just because like how much time you have together. And like you just literally got to know each other,
Yeah,
but
For
but
that time.
for
for
that
that
time.
time.
But I think
But even if it that is the case most of the time, yes. But I can still say that yes, we were friends there, but anytime you come to Hungary, I will
Yeah,
want to meet
obviously.
you because yeah, you're a great person.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
And actually, so most of the people we met, they are doing a round trip. And in those round trips, Budapest is usually a
Yeah,
place
yeah.
where they just want to visit Budapest. And yeah, we organized some people to. They went to Budapest. We weren't there, but our friends were. So this is this is his contact. Just call him up, and he will tour you in the city.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. That's really
easy.
great. Yeah, yeah.
So
yeah.
you have to have like a helpful
Attitude.
attitude to
Yeah, yeah,
people.
yeah. And like this is sorry, this is the don't forget what you
Yeah.
wanted to. It's like this is really beautiful too that you know that person at the specific time, and maybe that's it, but it's still so beautiful because you have some type of connection
Yeah.
and you have experiences together though as well.
And they are from all over
Word.
the world. Yeah, from South America, Australia, everywhere.
So like yesterday, sorry, is just a side quest, not a canon event. So like, so like, yesterday I actually met someone who's from originally South Africa, the southern part of Africa, and she met her like husband in South Korea, and they moved to Budapest, and this
That's a
was
trip.
yes, yeah, yeah, and I've talked to her during the party, and it was really exciting how she sees the world in a sense, even though now she has been living in Budapest for like the last 3 years, she still has this like different attitude to life generally. So it's really nice to meet people from all around the world. This
Yeah.
is just what I wanted to actually say.
I mean, I think, like all of these are really true. Like I've also experienced it, not on this level, but because I've been in a camp in Sweden for 3 weeks, which was like international. It was amazing to when I was in Turkey that I could meet up with my Turkish friends in Istanbul, and this is just a super great experience. And it's really great that you can make these connections with people. Obviously, it's not gonna be a long-term friendship
Of
like
course,
that's,
and
but
and you won't
what
tell about your like serious stuff, but it's not that for.
yeah, but what I think what is kind of a different question here is when you travel solo, and you're not traveling with your partner. I don't know. I have not experienced it. It's just a question in my head that this may be an issue. Like
Yes,
you
yes, yes.
not having anyone who is close to you, a close friend, a partner,
Well,
that
I
could
can
be an
talk
issue.
about that because, so of course I went with my girlfriend, so this was not an issue.
Yeah.
But I have two friends who also went to Spain for like almost a year
But like separately.
separately. Yes.
Yeah.
So one of them was in Madrid doing being an au pair, and yeah, she was alone, and
I know.
well,
Sorry, I know. I asked this, but what does an au pair do?
you you look after the children basically.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
So you're basically a mother,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
mother
Like,
there,
what do you say? Not babysitting,
a
but
nanny.
Nanny. Yeah.
yeah, and then
You're
yeah, 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 yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, move on.
And yeah, she said that you will feel lonely after a time because
Yeah, of course.
even if it's a great city like in Madrid, you can find some stuff that you can do, but after a while, it will get boring if you cannot spend it with the right people, you know.
It's like sharing the experience is
Yes,
really,
yes,
and for
we
the
were
tough times.
we were
Yeah.
we were very lucky to so we met up with these two people, and yeah, it was just great to talk about these, and we understood each other's problems, and happy moments and everything. So it's this. Yeah. So she had like a hard time, but we were able to help
Yeah,
have that feeling also when you're together in this moment.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I understand, of
Yeah.
course. And it must be really hard because like you don't have nobody to actually talk to on not a not on the surface level of like
Yeah.
emotional
Yeah.
things. Because you really don't want to share your nasty stuff
Yeah.
with like I know it's not the right phrasing, but it still gives you the idea that you really don't want to tell all of your stories to random people because
Yeah.
it's not because you don't trust them like
But
who the fuck cares whether they know about you like you have this trauma or stuff, but it's the other thing that whether they are going to be interested or you will be like left alone because you try to express yourself so
Yeah.
fast. And because you do this with random people, these random people could actually be like, oh, whoa, whoa, 2 steps back, please, because you are freaking me out because
yeah,
I don't really, we don't have that type of
and
connection.
also I think it's so because of the language barrier, it's also much more difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
So if you
Obviously.
can talk in your own language about your feelings, it
Yeah,
comes much more easily and
yeah, yeah,
honest, much more honest, I guess.
yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. And it's also that uh, I think that you just cannot express yourself as much to not
In a
random
different
people.
language or,
No.
yeah,
It's just to new people. Like,
Yeah,
true.
getting through the process of getting to know someone it's a process. Like that's the
yeah,
thing.
It has
It can
its,
be
yeah,
tiring,
it has
and
its layers.
it has its layers. You won't start sharing everything. You won't be able to immediately be yourself. That
Yeah,
takes time. But when you like travel solo and you are on the go, you just always
yeah, and
going through these same experiences. You experience that again and again.
of
You're
course.
starting to get to know someone again because you don't have the time to deepen any kind of relationship. And I have heard that from solo travelers that this can be super tiring.
Of course, even though they are like those people who have really good
Yeah,
self-talking skills, they have motivation coming from within. So even for those people, it's really needed to have some outsider like affection.
and
absolutely.
also like if you're traveling alone, everybody has like ups and downs, and yeah, what if you're feeling down, and as I said, there are still some stuff that you have to do. Like if you're traveling and you, I don't know, your hostess said that you have to do this or that and that, and you don't even know what they are asking for, then you don't have anybody next to you who will like help get through these harder times.
Yeah,
And like if I know the solution, if I don't know the solution, then maybe she or he will know. But if you're alone, you're completely on yourself,
Yeah.
basically.
yeah,
And yeah, it after it. So if you're alone, you will learn much more about yourself, and you will get much more. Hát hogy mondom, egyedül. Yeah,
Self independent.
self independent,
yeah, true.
but it costs something. Everything
Yeah,
costs
yeah,
something.
of course.
I mean, I think, but again, have to highlight that I did not travel solo for long, never. Just for some time, but it's like super small time, which I would not count as solo travel. But I think when you travel solo, you have to develop a kind of
Catch and release.
and a super independent self of yours, which is on the end of the spectrum, more like the end of the spectrum.
Yeah, of course.
Like you have to understand that you don't have people to depend on.
Yes, yeah, this is what I wanted to say. Like I think you understand this,
Yeah,
like the attitude of catch and release.
yeah, yeah,
So yeah, they use it of course in fishing, catching and releasing. But it's like fishing. So you catch someone, you catch someone's attention, you speak stuff, but you have to release them. You cannot
Yeah.
get attached to them
yeah,
because bye-byes are on the
And
corner.
that's not just with people, that's with places.
Everything, with
yeah,
everything, with
absolutely.
everything. Yeah, 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 yeah. So it's like you have to be
Yeah,
really liberal
and
in this
yeah,
way.
so everybody hates saying goodbye, and with traveling, you basically saying hellos and goodbyes all the time.
Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely.
I liked it a lot. I like this idea of yours. Like you,
When you do that,
yeah,
yeah.
yes.
In,
And it's hard. It's very, very hard when you like start to get to know someone and you know that you clicked, but you know that you're going.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Goodbye.
And you
And
cannot
yeah.
be so good on like the terms because yeah, maybe it's going to be
Yeah,
nothing.
one thing I clearly remember, and really I hold it in my heart. The place where we stayed for 2.5 months. The man there, he was like a 50-year-old man. A really really hardworking, and he could do anything. He was really handy around the house, and a little bit closed. So we didn't talk about emotions or stuff like that. And the time when we left, so we ate breakfast together, and then he just easily said, "Okay, goodbye." Went in the garden where he was every time doing something with the tractor or something. And then the other person, the woman he was with, said that, oh, he don't like saying goodbye, so it was it. And then we went, he just stood there in the background, like very very far away,
yeah,
and just looked at us like really really uh well, he was really sad.
yeah,
We could see that, but yeah, it we could see that it was one of the hardest moments for him
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
in those times. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I actually understand. Of course, you can get attached to people even if you are not intend to. Because you mentioned that he was a little bit like closed mindset, so he had some
And also he was French, so
Yes, language barrier again.
Language
language
barrier,
Yeah,
barrier
of
yeah.
and
course.
everything.
And I'm really sure 100% that he didn't plan on to like have this moment because he wouldn't even believe that he will be attached to you in this way, but he eventually ended up to be. So it's like, and this is still beautiful because you don't have to be like really talkative and stuff in order to develop this
Yeah, no,
relationship
no.
like yeah,
I
stuff.
mean, we spent 2 months together.
Yeah,
Like we were working together, we were having dinner together, we played billiard together and stuff. We organized. So we were there in the Christmas and the New Year's Eve, and
So you planned,
yeah,
that's
we,
it.
we had great parties together, and we just laughed so
Yeah,
much.
yeah, you mentioned it's like being part of the family.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I think it's just that saying goodbye sucks.
Of
Like,
course.
and it's like, there is like that sweet spot. I don't know, knowing someone for 1 week when saying goodbye is not that big of a deal, but then especially when it's like an intensive period. I don't know, 2 3 weeks, 1 month, 2 month. It's like it's and you're
It
living
really hurt
together.
your soul. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and you living together. It's like I don't see a way when you are not attaching, at least to a certain level. And I mean, also, if you're not attaching at all, you cannot really
Why do you talk?
also make the habits there with the people, with the place. So you're attaching to a certain level, and I think when you attach, then saying goodbye will hurt at least to a certain extent. And for example, what I experienced when I was in camp for 3 weeks with the same people, and I always tend to say when you go to camp, 3 weeks is like
Yeah.
3 months and not
Yes,
three
yes,
weeks
yes.
because it's so intense. You're living together constantly. It's just that you attach to them, like, and you, as you said in a different context, but you become part of a family, and
Yeah,
saying goodbye then.
and there it was, of course, the age difference
Yeah,
also caused some. You couldn't connect as much because of that.
obviously.
But yeah, so I after that I actually went. So for a 2 week camp, it was an Erasmus Plus program
Yeah,
for the students, and it was the same. Like we were together for 2 weeks, and after that, the goodbye. After the goodbye, I cried for like I don't know, half an hour or 1 hour. So
same.
we left with the bus, and everybody was just waving at the door and just
I
Yeah,
saw the video.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is it that?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah,
I mean
And that stays in my heart.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think it do be like that. Like when I left the camp, I was, I think, like crying for an hour at the airport, like especially when you have to go to the airport. The airport is the worst
The
place.
most depressing
Yeah, it's
ever,
terrible.
ever. Even if you are starting your journey, it's still depressing.
Yeah, but when you ending your journey at the
The
airport,
most, the most.
it's like, because you have the movies in mind, and you have that main character moment. You put
Yeah.
in your music, and look at the airport, or you're looking out of the window of the plane, and just have all those flashbacks and feelings.
Yeah. I told you this. This main character feeling.
Yeah,
If you're traveling, and even in daily life, what I experienced that if I look for the opportunities to do something or be somewhere or act like something, like I am the main character of the movie. Like when I'm feeling like the whole crew could record this moment, and it would be enjoyable for others to watch it, then it makes me feel a lot better. And during my travels, a lot of moments. I had a lot of moments like that. Like I am the main character, and this is another thing I implemented from the travels into my daily life. How can I look, and how can I find the moments where I can feel like I am the main character? I'm just not just looking my phone, looking for somebody else,
Yeah,
but I am the one who's doing and
something.
exploring or building or something like that. Yes.
Yeah, valuable. Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah. It's really great. I actually, so I used to have on my lock screen. I used to have this like how do you say this? It's like a saying or not a saying, but like
Quote.
quote. Yeah,
Cool.
a quote that like a film crew is with you all the time. What would the main character do? Do the right thing. So it's like doing the right thing always, choosing always the harder path because the harder path is which is enjoyable for those ones who are looking at you as a main character because the main character always does what is the hardest to do because you have to get out there and you have to put yourself expose yourself to these experiences. It could be like going to the second party of the week. You don't have like the vibe and stuff, but you put yourself out there because if you act on it and then you go to the party, more positive outcome can come from going to a party than staying at home, for example.
than
If
doing nothing. Or if
yeah,
you're
then
working,
doing nothing.
or
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you're working on something, then this is something that
Yeah,
has
yeah.
to be looked
Yeah, yeah,
upon.
yeah, 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 of course.
Also, like this is absolutely true, but I think what is like really good about this mindset is that you can implement it to so much. Like,
Sure.
and this is what I want to highlight. You can implement this to doing nothing as well, because there are those situations when I think you have to choose doing nothing, and it's not just because like you have to rest or whatever. Yeah, you have to rest. Like, yeah, biology and stuff, but it's also that that's a main character moment too when you just sit down, I don't know,
And
listen to
think it
music
through. Yeah.
and just think everything through that is happening to you, or also when you just watch a series and then you have that click that what the fuck, this is what I'm feeling, and then that series or that movie sparks you to think about that feeling, that thought. So like even those can be like a main character moment in your life, which helps you getting further, because sometimes uh and yeah, in a sense this is also acting on it, because thinking is acting on it as
This is
well,
this
obviously.
is what I wanted to say, that
Yeah, this is,
so doing anything with intention,
yeah,
it's a main character thing to
And
do.
yeah,
also, I have to highlight here the effect of music. So I constantly listen to some music because it helps set my mood like
yeah,
m- to a much higher level.
Yeah.
It just helps me,
To get hyped.
yeah, in every anything. If I'm working,
yeah,
if
same.
I'm doing something, if I'm traveling, if I'm doing nothing and some
Yeah.
great music is in the background.
You still feel valuable, I have to say. You feel that the time that you spend on Earth is valuable to you because you feel just amazing because of
Yeah.
the music. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
I experience the same. For example, before my online exam, I listened to music that I really like, and I am so hyped. Yeah, in the end, it didn't turn into some magical stuff. Life hit really hard, but like still. And I need music as well. For example, during my training, like
Yeah.
going to
Yeah,
the gym.
Workouts.
Yeah, workouts. Of course.
Of course.
However, there are some times when I like to battle the demons. Of course, because this is what the gym is for, partly. So not for everyone, of course, but for me, it really is that about. And this is why, just circling back to what we talked about earlier, or like, would you like to add something to your traveling experience? Of course, you can anytime,
Yeah,
but
I
like,
will probably because
yeah, because of
yeah,
the,
it was a really huge part of my life, and
yeah, yeah, yeah,
it's
and it
still,
forever will be, I
it
think.
still
So,
feel like I'm partly there. Yes.
yeah, 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 sure. Um, and what about you, Roland? What was like,
This Leo.
yeah,
I mean, yeah, I think like this is kind of a really relating but also really different topic, because um
related because of the
because
lessons.
of the lessons, because of the personal growth
Yeah.
we've been talking about, uh and I think this is what is super great about these different kind of experiences, how much you can grow. And personally what I experienced, so just elaborate a little bit of what I did. So as I've mentioned, it's a volunteer club, it's a youth organization, and we're basically trying to raise money for different organizations or specific people who are in need, and we raise money through organizing programs. But as being a youth organization, it's purely based on community, especially because we don't have any resource or any kind of fund that we can get. And this is based on community, and the community getting together and organizing something from basically little to none amount of money. And what I've did is just leading the club.
Just
Just.
I mean,
How much member do you have? Like,
Currently, we have like, I would say 20 to 25 members at the club.
Active.
Active members, yeah, that's important. That's the number of active members. Um, and we started the year with like,
35.
yeah,
Almost 40.
five, six, around five, six members who were active. Our goal for the year was to grow the community. It like COVID hit this kind of community very hard, and like I think all of these organizations were very much hit by COVID.
where you have to get together.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Well, try.
Yeah.
Try your best.
yeah, absolutely. So I think like what I've did is managing the club, which includes on official levels, on how the club works, what we're gonna do, running meetings, but also managing the community, trying to make an environment when people feel safe, but also people feel that this is fun. They feel like part of the community, and I think like I was responsible for that as leading the club. Um, but
This is all that you would like to add to your responsibility list.
no,
Because he was literally responsible to rebuild the organization as well.
yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, this is true, but I would say it's like as leading the club, no matter the situation, you can lead the objective of the club, which way this club is going to go. Basically, that you are responsible for the future. What's gonna happen in the future? Like 1 year later, when I'm done leading the club, what's this club gonna look like? But in the case when our club was dying out, basically, of course, and also it's important to highlight that in Hungary, there this was like a countrywide phenomena, and it was happening through the whole country.
Yeah, I don't know. There were like eight to nine or to 10 clubs
Pre-COVID.
active. Yeah, pre-COVID. Then they just shattered. So yeah.
So in this sense, yeah, I was responsible for that too. And yeah, it's really like the list could be long, but I just want to summarize that mainly, and my greatest responsibility, as much as I feel for, was to managing the community, which also meant growing the community, getting the people into the community, and making them part of the community. And I think what was on top of the fact that like yeah, it took a lot of time, and it took a lot of effort. I also had a really great leaderboard. JC was part of it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great when you're working towards something with your friends, because
Yeah.
not just Jesse was there. I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah,
zombie too.
zombie, and like all of them
you
are my
started
friends.
as friends and you became friends with the other people.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean that's the main point, I guess. And I think it's like the thing I've learned the most from like whatever happened with me in life. And it's because getting into a sort of leadership position, even if it's a youth organization, you not just understand the responsibility, but you also understand how much good you can do. For me, like I had really great drives because of seeing the people around me, seeing the people having fun. That's like
That
yeah,
that is one of the best experiences that you can have, in my opinion, when you're building something, like organizing something, mostly organizing an event, and you just see during the event how much happiness you made by connecting the people, or yeah, just having them together and having an experience that they might even never forget because it was so good. And it was your it was kind of your work.
Of course, and this is what you want to learn
Yeah.
and do
Yeah.
as well. Yeah,
I
it's
want
like
to
a
like
yeah,
get in
passion.
this
Yeah,
field.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just seeing that and seeing the happiness in the eye of people. I think like the best experience ever. And it's also like the practical stuff. Like uh doing things like how to hold a meeting. You never do that. How to work in team. You never do that. How to lead people and how to control a club and supervise a club whilst you also not a fucking dictator and saying you have to do this because
Yeah.
that's like not good leading. Um,
How to
and
solve conflicts and stuff.
yeah, and it's
Yeah,
important that
it's more
yeah
the details are
Yeah,
long, very very long. Yeah.
yeah, like so many things. Also mentioning what you've mentioned just from a very different experience, problem solving without question. Like you either solve the problem or you're fucked. Just as,
And everybody's fucked.
and
It's not just your
yeah,
responsible. So if I fuck up my travel, I will sleep under in a bus stop. But if you fuck up, 30 people will say that, oh, this was shitty and
yeah,
I had a bad time.
yeah,
And this is because you.
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, this is the thing, and uh, this is when you understand that you cannot just, I don't know, have a moment and talk about like how to solve problems. That's a bullshit. I think you can only learn problem solving from experience. You can have tips, obviously, in every kind of field, but problem solving is a thing that
And it's different for every single problem as well.
yeah, absolutely.
So yeah. So the problems that you faced needs different solutions than you faced.
Of course.
Yeah, and attitude too.
And the problem that you face.
Yeah.
And you face.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. It's super different for everybody, and I think it's like a good point to highlight how we just like to like throw these words as like, but what's the word? Don't have in my mind. Like,
Can you describe?
we use these words super regularly, but we don't have meanings behind them, like problem solving skills, like teamwork. There is a word for that. Whatever.
In Hungarian?
No, in English.
In English?
It's I don't know.
Let me think.
Buzzwords.
Yeah,
Buzzwords.
buzzwords, yeah.
Yeah. We use them as buzzwords.
Like global warming?
Yeah. But that's the thing. We use these things. Everybody puts their on their CV that, yeah, good problem solving skills, good teamwork.
And you
And,
don't
and,
have
and, and
anything.
the problem is we don't see that these skills would actually need a lot of practice and it takes a lot of time to develop these skills. It's really hard to develop these skills, and we shouldn't just use them as like, oh yeah, this course teaches you problem solving, when actually the real experience what teaches you problem solving.
Of course, you can have like a idea of what is problem solving.
Yeah,
so-
absolutely.
And there could be steps that could help you. For example, first thing first, you have to be cold-headed.
True.
You really need to separate your personal feelings from that specific issue. So like, there's a problem, you are attached with your feelings to it. For example, in a relationship, you are so attached, of course, emotionally as well, but sometimes in order to solve the fucking problem, you just have to separate it in a way that you don't feel too attached to the problem emotionally, and you try to be as rational as you can be.
And other times you have to listen to the
Other-
emotional part and
Yeah, of
just
course,
yeah.
put away logic.
Yeah, of course.
Especially in relationships, you just
Yeah, sometimes.
sometimes.
I mean, that's just true. And it's really interesting because what I've experienced when you're part of something like this, which is not a workplace, but have
And
have
So
attitudes like
so
workplaces.
it's completely voluntary. So
Yeah,
if you go, you go. If you don't go, nobody will tell you that you should go.
ex-
And this is where your part is, that you have to make them decide that they want to be part of this team.
so
ex-
yeah, manipulating them into thinking like this is their decision. It's about that, managing them without knowing them, without knowing for them that you manage them.
yeah.
If you understand me.
I mean, you are basically responsible for engaging people, and to a certain extent, I mean, it's a wrong sounding word, but to a certain extent, it is manipulation. But
We use the word manipulation like in on average daily basis, so wrong.
yeah,
Manipulation is not a bad thing. Fuck, you buy your fucking toothbrush, your hair stuff that you put on your hair, your clothing, your every part of your life is manipulated, and thanks to manipulation you buy those, and it was a good decision. Was it? Yeah, it was a good decision. So then why
Brush your
should
teeth.
yeah. Why should manipulation sound too? It sounds too bad to many people. It's not. What it's bad is like I don't know the word in English for it. I don't know. I don't want to say it in Hungarian though neither. So it's like
you can describe that.
So it's basically a tool, and if you don't use it as a for a greater purpose.
yeah. Of course, it's like a
And I mean, if you harm someone with it, that's when there is the line.
yeah.
Or
Of
not
course,
someone, something, someone.
yeah.
Even if it's a little harm that you cause, that's the line. When you cause something wrong with it, or you have wrong intentions with it.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, and like getting back to managing a club in this case, it's really important that you understand people there. It's really important you listen to them, and it's also really important that you see what is happening. And for example, when you see having a social, having a get together with the community, you want them to have fun. You realize that somebody is not engaging, or somebody you see that they may be not that comfortable. You try to comfort them, or I don't know, you can just try ask them if you want to join the game or whatever, or you just try to make them join the conversation, of course to a level which is comfortable for them. And when you do that, if you want to say that, you're basically manipulating them into taking part in the social activity.
Of course.
But you know that you're doing it because you want them to have a great time,
Yeah. Of course.
and you understand that a lot of people maybe in a new social situation they feel uncomfortable, or they have some kind of anxiety, social anxiety, and you need you not need to, but you want to comfort them. Of
Mhm.
course, that's again really hard to learn how to comfort them, what is triggering or what is not triggering. But yeah, even that, which I think we can agree that absolutely has great intentions because you want them to have fun,
Yeah.
and you want them to
Definitely true.
socialize, even that has a certain level of manipulation in it.
Yeah. And it's like hard to see the so as for you, you had to see the grand scheme of things besides the little
Yeah.
details as well. This is why, like in most companies, they have micro and macro management because it's just two entirely separate stuff, and you had to do it the same like you had to do it both of them. So it's really hard to at the same time see those different things like the scale.
Absolutely, and it's also that when it's voluntary, it's like you don't have reason to come there.
Of course.
So the only reason when you go there is if you have a good time or if you benefit from it for a reason.
And let's be honest, you have to find that real that good time.
Yeah, I mean, it's also that when we talk about charity, and nobody likes to mention it, but the thing is, charity so many times is not a good experience. Like the charity itself, what you're
It's
doing.
not. It's so much fucking work.
Yeah, it's work. It can be emotionally
Exactly.
dragging and overwhelming, and it can be really tiring.
Yeah.
And also sometimes when, I don't know, you do things like collecting the trash and stuff, even maybe a little bit disgusting in those senses. These are not fun things to do. These are not things you do
Yourself.
for yourself. And yeah, the feeling that you are doing something great is good. But how much better is collecting trash when you are doing it with your friends and you, I don't know, throwing trash at one another during that and listening to music and joking around. And you are still doing the same work, but it's fun. And I think when it comes to these voluntary organizations, the main point is if people have fun, they're gonna enjoy the work part too, and they won't be overburdened, and they won't find it overwhelming. It's also important from an emotional perspective, because when it's emotionally draining, it's good to have the people you are friends with around you to help you go through, because I don't know,
Yeah.
going to or helping, for example, poor people can be emotionally dragging.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. True.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I don't know if you
I
don't
have.
have.
I have nothing to add.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Yeah.
And what was like the year itself? How it turned out to be? Were there like any main events you can mention or stuff? Because you mentioned that we did like events.
Yeah. We had a couple of events. We did clothes collection for the needy.
Yeah.
We
Slam.
did
Slam
a slam.
poetry.
We have a slam poetry event. We actually had two slam poetry events. Just the next one was a bit of a more niche one. Like to
It was a specific person.
it was a specific person, whilst the other one was a competition.
Yeah.
And we also had
Artsy.
artsy.
So you didn't really know the name as
How
well.
to
It was
call
like
it?
an
Art competition.
we can say it competition. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like that. Also, we had like when we just raised money for the Turkish and Syrian,
Earthquakes.
yeah, the people who suffered from the
Yeah.
earthquake in Turkey and Syria.
Yeah.
So we had these kind of events.
These are the main.
These are the main ones. We had
But we
smaller
did
ones.
love stuff.
Yeah,
It was. I felt like it was like every second week.
yeah,
But it was almost every second or at least every third
yeah.
week.
I mean, if you also count that we had a lot of social events,
Of
as
course.
I said.
So
For the whole country,
so,
basically.
so like
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah,
true.
yeah, yeah.
We had a countrywide meetup
Yeah.
organized this year.
Yeah.
Can you go on?
Yeah, it was like but like it was only two people coming from Budapest, so because
The other
every
clubs are
died.
died. Yeah,
They not the people, fortunately, but the clubs.
yeah.
So
the other
like
people.
so like it was a decision that the club is not going to be part of the national system anymore, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And the national system does not really exist now. It's going to be simply just separate clubs, but there won't be like a collection where these clubs are attached to.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like all different clubs will be, because there isn't. So why would we possess the name and the like the situation that we are a national club? We are not. Easy as that. So unfortunately, because like if you ask anybody from abroad, a foreigner, they will know about Leo, because in other countries, especially in Western countries, it's really developed the system and
Yeah,
stuff. So
absolutely. Because like in many countries,
in
uh,
Italy, sorry, in Italy, there's so much in
yeah,
Italy.
in Italy there is a lot,
Yeah.
or in Turkey as well.
Yeah.
Because Usually, when there are more clubs, then there is a countrywide leaderboard as well,
Yeah.
who leads those clubs, who gets those clubs together, because there are so many that they could not just communicate
So
with one
if
another.
I will spend my next 4 years at Budapest, I can
Join.
build
You
it
can
up.
you can
The-
either join, but you should create your own
No.
because you will be situated in Pest most of the time,
Oh.
not Buda.
Buddha mostly, I
Buda,
guess.
yeah.
The
Doesn't
thing is,
matter.
if you are going to you're gonna live in Budapest. Your lucky situation is that the uh, club at Budapest, which was like the big club at Budapest, is getting reorganized by two of the people from our club who is moving to Budapest. I just got to know it yesterday.
Who are they?
Vivi and Christy.
Wow.
Mainly Vivi.
So you will have the opportunity.
You will have the
Alright.
opportunity. I can get her to you, and then you can talk about it because they want to engage more and more people and restart the club at Budapest. And it was a really good club. So, yeah, there will be opportunities.
And there are people who can join. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing when you're doing Leo, you obviously know your responsibility and you try to live up to it. And when you lead a club, your responsibility is your club. When you are in the leaderboard of the club, then you're responsible for your position that you're taking up. Or if you, back then, when you leaded the country, you were responsible for leading the country while getting all the clubs together. And what is great, what I think we did is that, yeah, we made our club going well. That, like, yeah, this club now works, and this club has people, does events, has a community, and it's good because then it can just grow more and it can grow countrywide as well because, like in this situation, people from our club move into Budapest and they can start doing their thing there.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's nice to see when something is building from the very bottom.
Yeah, it's like a bottom up approach.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's building up, and that was the goal,
Yeah,
basically.
absolutely. Yeah, true. True.
Yeah. I don't know what I wanted to say something,
don't
but
see.
I have no idea.
So like what I wanted to say or what you wanted to say.
I have no idea what I know. I wanted to say something, but I have no idea what was it. So just gone.
Okay, so like, and personally, what was the greatest you have achieved? I don't care about the club and stuff. It's like you. What was your personal growth?
What was my personal? It's a hard one, like because it's hard to choose one. But I think if I had to, and it's something that I know I had problems with previously, and I think I grew a lot in it because of Leo. It's letting go, and it's letting the control go.
And why is that?
It's like because
do you have problems?
with it, yeah, I'm the kind of person who never wants to give it up, but that's not good. Like there are situations when you have to give up. I'm really sorry.
It's more efficient.
It's more efficient sometimes. Not saying that you should give up your great goals, but there are things in life when it's easier to just let the fuck go. And personally, I have always suffered that. Like, I could not let go. I could not let the control go. And because of Leo, I was put in a position that now I have to let go. Now I have to let the control go.
You had to trust.
I had, because,
Yeah,
you know,
because in a community.
Of course, and
because
he was he was a management position guy there, and like the events were not organized by him, but rather supervised. So
yeah, because this is the thing that I don't organize events. I have other responsibilities. I'm not responsible for organizing an
And
event.
also, if you want to do everything,
You can,
burnout.
your time is limited. I mean, you next to this Leo, you had other responsibilities like applying to university, which is for most people takes all of their time.
For example, we have like you have a kind of a friend. It's for me, she's an acquaintance that 1 year of university was fucked for her
Oh yeah,
because of Leo. She had so much on her plate because of Leo that she couldn't show. She fell short.
Mhm.
yeah. Uh, and I mean, it's also, I think the reason why I grew a lot in this, it's not just that, time limitation and stuff. It's also understanding that trying to do everything is just bad leadership. Then
Yeah.
you're not a good leader if you try to do everything yourself. Because,
You're a control freak.
yeah, and also, you don't trust your team then.
Yeah.
Because as a leader, you have to trust that your
Mhm.
team, your community, that they're gonna do it. And you have to be their back support, but you don't have to be the one who is doing the stuff for them.
And also, as you mentioned, you were building this up from the bottom, but you will leave this year.
Yeah.
So you have to like leave behind leaders, not followers. You have to like
Yeah.
let others try their best, and if they find it that it fits them, then they can take up your role basically. So it's not just you being the best, but you making others be the best. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
And it's also that this is the thing, this is part of the Leo experience.
Yeah.
Like,
Leo is actually an acronym.
yeah, it means leadership experience opportunity. Uh, yeah. And this is the thing, if you don't let the people be leaders, where is the leadership experience opportunity?
Yeah.
And
Where's
yeah,
the experience here?
where is the yeah, and this is when they can learn a lot. And absolutely, as the leader of the club, you have to help them, you have to be there. I mean, I think this is the hard part, when somebody is, I don't know, organizing an event and there is like a big problem, for example, not being enough people at the event, not, or coming up, we don't have a place at last minute. As the club, as the leader of the club, you're responsible for the organizers, that motivate them, give them the positivity even when it sucks. You have to be the one who tries to motivate them that no, don't give it up, let's go, we can still do it. Also, you're also the one who tries to do practical things. uh for example, when a last minute place got cancelled, you tried every place,
Yeah.
literally. And then when you are needed, you have to be there, but also you have to understand when you take a step back and just trust them that they're gonna do it. And if you're doing your job right, then they're gonna do it, because it's great people, when it's a great community, you can trust them. And I think I even liked it more when an event just got so smoothly. I just sometimes checked in that, oh, everything is good, and now this is done also. Oh, that's good. Oh, so many tickets sold. Amazing.
check.
Yeah. I mean, that's just so good. And yeah, at the first, it was hard for me, because generally you are just used to that. No, I have to do everything. Like, you are used to that in everyday life, that I have to do everything. But the thing is, it's really is just, in this case, it would have been a mistake, which I did not want to make. And for the first time, it was hard to take a step back. For the second time, it was easier and easier. And after that, I just understood that, yeah, this is great. It's great to trust others, and it's great that you understand what your responsibility is and what is not your responsibility. It's and there are a lot of things that, even if you are kind of at the highest position in a such situation, there are a lot of things that are not your responsibilities. But also, I don't like calling it as like a highest position, because this is the thing, in a community, everybody has the same value. Everybody is amazing. Everybody is valuable. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But still, there's the reason why there's a leadership board. There's a reason why there's leaders.
Yeah, because
and
it's needed.
followers
Absolutely.
at the first sight. Of course, it's needed. Of course,
But both of them are needed. Like, and that's the thing too. You have to just realize what you're not good at.
of course. Yeah,
And there will be things which is fine.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course. True, 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 true.
Maybe something about your leadership experience because
I didn't really have to lead. It was like,
you
of
had
course, you are like in the leadership board, but you. So what was my title or like responsibility? It was like media management.
region. Yeah.
Media management, as it turned out to be a like the most needed, which an organization is in possession of actually. So like if you don't have media coverage, you're just out of the game. You don't have any
Yeah.
kind of possibilities. You cannot even share what you have done. So for example, till this day, even though I was in the space of voluntary, I still don't know what the Red Cross does. I have no idea. So like for example, or the love to give love organization of Malta. I don't know. It's like Malta is szeretett szolgálat, you know. Yeah. So like yeah.
I think it's just Maltese organization name.
Maltese, yeah, Maltese organization, yeah. So like yeah, that was the. Of course, I did it on purpose because of the fun. But like so yeah, I still don't know what they do because they have no media coverage or they do that unregularly, so it's not like spamming on my feed, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So we figured with the leadership board that we have to do social media really like how do you say this? Serious. You have to take it serious. You have to post. You have to have like a theme, you have to give a vibe to the people, you have to get them engaged. Because if they are engaged online, there will be a huge amount of like percentage that they will be engaged in real life as well, for example. And the team is not going to be just friends, but there could be outsiders who just saw this organization on social media and they like it, so they will attend an event. So
Yeah, like when you organized a volleyball competition.
yeah,
So
Yeah.
it was online. You could apply online, and
I don't know. There were like
just
40
imagine, yeah,
people.
just you're just scrolling. Oh, volleyball. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I'm
great. Yeah,
free
yeah,
on this Friday.
yeah,
Let's
yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah.
Why
Of
not?
course.
And
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I will ask my friends. They
Yeah.
haven't even heard about Leo, but we will go because I'm good at volleyball, and we can.
yeah,
Why? We will.
yeah. And it's good for you. It's a win-win. It's good for you because you have the opportunity to do something outside of the house. It's good for us because more people we know about Leo, so it's a win-win eventually. And of course, we are the organization. The organization concentrated really on events and
Yeah.
not on like single donations. So and the events needed to be covered on social media because of like applications that you have mentioned, for
And
example,
reach out.
and reach out as well because like you need people outside of you in order to do something good together. So yeah, and I think it was really successful. Like I checked our social media after our last leaderboard meeting because we are now officially outside of the leadership board.
Yeah.
We have no positions anymore,
Mm-hmm.
and it was really good because after that I had to do some things, but during the night I checked on our social media performance and like 1,500% growth happened to the like the official Instagram account, which is really good over the course of the year, of course.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like
But that's
still,
amazing.
still, it's like 15 times.
Wow.
The engagement was like 23 and a half times more than like a year ago. So it was like really great. And of course, it was because we learned that paid advertisement really counts as well. So I would say, and this is not because it was my project, but our one of the greatest project that we did was how do you say collecting of clothes.
Yeah, it was. It was. I mean, it reached the most people, that's for sure.
Yeah, our Facebook ad, we had two ads on Facebook. It was like the engagement was like 25,000 people. And of course, the
Wow.
donations were not this much, but still there was at
But the
least
chance is more.
at least somebody, or at least like 25, around 25,000 people scrolled through Facebook and saw the ad at least. And it's great because like the sorry, it's not the engagement, it's like I used this phrase wrong. It was not the engagement with the post, but it was the retention.
Oh yeah.
Not the retention, but like how do you say this? I don't know. That they saw the post.
Yeah.
But the real engagement, which counts in English, an engagement, it was like 1,500
That's
on
also
that
good.
same on that single post. It was like 300 and 500 350 likes and comments as well, and shares. It was like 20-ish shares, so it was really great. And of course it was a paid advertisement, but we figured that as the social media team got together, we figured that we really need advertisement in order to get to people.
Yeah.
And like media is not just only important online but offline too. And offline it's more like networking, so we hooked up with you I believe that you can use this phrase just hooking up as in a romantic sense, but you can say this as well as like we like with the Maltese organization
I would say that's a partnership, or we partnered with them, but
partnership.
Hooked up. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
I think that you can use it because I heard it somewhere.
Oh, okay. I've never
And
heard
not
it,
and
but I
not
believe
in
you.
this romantic sense whatsoever. But like okay, it was
I mean,
just
how can you hook up with an organization in a romantic sense?
yeah, this is
An
why this is
organization
why
with an
wh-
organization. Yeah,
when you said hook up, I yeah, but I think it still has a meaning outside of the bedroom as well. But still, for example, we had partnership with an organization, we had partnerships with specific people as well. With like in the area with I don't know, Pannonhalma, for example, Tet. So it's like the
With local
region,
groups
the
and
local
local
groups. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
local voluntary groups,
Yeah, yeah,
basically.
yeah. And we collected about 250 bags of clothing. So it was like a lot, really.
Like it was so much that we couldn't even manage at the end. Like it
Yeah,
was
the
too
storage.
much.
Yeah, we had the storage. We had three places where we could store the stuff, and after a time, it we had so many that we didn't really even count to it. So we thought that it will be maybe 100 bags and that's it, and the 100 bags would have fitted perfect.
Perfectly.
Yeah, perfectly. Thank you. But like 250 bags was like madness. And the outsourcing of those 250 bags was it was really hard. Yeah, this
but
because like the whole event started in October, if I'm not mistaken, September-ish,
No, November.
November, but it lasted until January. So like the
Yeah, it
so
did.
like the New Year's even hit after we finished the program or the event, so it was really good. And I mentioned this because this was under my leadership, this program, and I'm actually really proud of
of
uh
course, that's
not just like personally, but like I believe that this was the most daunting project as well. So most people looked at Leo at first, I think, as just a fun place to stay, but like this was really a hard work
Yeah, it
for
was.
everybody involved. So it was like out of the team, 15 people at least were involved because you had to separate the specific clothes. So the bags came in, you had to separate the sizes and stuff. So it was like really slow work. And I'm proud of them really that they did that. And yeah, it was a hardship. Definitely, but this is why you've mentioned that you have to be there emotionally for the others, and it was really great opportunity to do so. Yeah. Other than that, I was a photographer, maybe, and I did some banners and stuff. For example, for the second Leo volleyball competition.
Yeah.
I made that as well, for example. Um, yeah, so it's like I did things connected to media marketing and stuff. So, but I really enjoyed it. In the end, I didn't have much time, and it was a hardship for me to deal with Leo. So, like, if you're not great mentally, you cannot lead great.
That's true.
So, and like my leadership position fell a little bit apart from February to until the final exams actually. But the first part of the year I was really active too.
Mhm.
So it was really great. But fortunately I had a partner in this because there are two leaders of media, social media and stuff in Leo, so it was a great experience too. And like we had our final meeting as well.
Yeah.
And for the future, I will be that we have picked the right people to the roles. Really, it was a really careful like selection of people as well. Truly, it was we really tried to take this as serious as possible because
Yeah.
we want to have this good habit of hard work whilst so work hard, play hard uh attitude in Leo. We really want to how do you say preserve
Preserve.
preserve,
Preserve.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is when what Domi said comes in. That you not just want to have followers, you want to have leaders. And yeah, I think it's a lot of work to get them to the place that they can be leaders. And it's not that I think a lot of people have amazing potential to be leaders, but it's hard to get both the skills and the motivation for it right.
And of course, unfortunately, we can say that this is a great experience for like a job, a regular job, but
Mhm.
it's not. Unfortunately, it's so not.
Yeah.
Because like at a regular job, you don't want your subordinates to succeed because then, of course, your position is in danger somehow.
Yeah.
So like we wanted all of them to succeed because we knew that we are going to be away and we need strong
Yeah.
people with us. But when it comes to, for example, like a multinational company, when there's like shit ton of people running for that specific position that you have and working hard to get to your position, then it's different, unfortunately. So like, yeah,
Yeah, it's true. And it's also that like when it comes to a voluntary thing, you want people to do the things that they
like,
like,
Right.
they're motivated
and not
about,
what
they
they need
want.
to do,
Yeah.
because like,
You cannot motivate them with money. So
Yeah.
money doesn't count in this way. So you have to give them something else, and that something else is different for everybody. So they don't come for the same reasons as others, I guess.
yeah. Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
But it was a really great experience. I'm thankful that I did that, and it is mainly thanks to actually Zombie.
Mhm.
So like, because he was the one who brought on you on board, and for me the same. It was Zombie and partly you, but most of the time it was Zombie because he started way
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did like 5 years,
Yeah. He
four
did five
years.
years.
Yeah, yeah, 5 years. Yeah,
So
yeah.
he did a lot.
Enough of the Leo stuff, I think.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, because we can talk about it for like forever, but we have some topics to discuss as well.
Yeah.
I see in the comments that there's a pun about the election, but still, I don't think that we are going to talk about politics during this session, but we'll see.
Politics is a fun topic.
It's not. It's
No,
fun for like making jokes
Yeah.
about corruption and stuff.
But it's serious.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's serious because you have to take it seriously, but I don't want to get into this. I believe that according to plan, we have discussed personal growth in a sense, but
Yeah.
We did discuss personal
but
growth, I think.
would we want to go into like the specific characteristics that we believe that is needed to personal growth? Or should we just leave this specific topic as we discussed it and just move on? It's up to you guys, because we could add some things like responsibility, open-mindedness and stuff, but
I guess we covered
Yeah,
most
this
of
is
the
the thing.
thing.
Like, I think we covered a lot about
in,
these.
yeah, in
through experiences. Yeah.
yes,
Okay. All right.
so
Yeah. So
we're good.
would we want to talk about where your guys going to study, go into detail? For example, you or you.
Yeah.
Go on.
Okay, then let's talk a little bit about the future. Um, so yeah, I've mentioned that I'm gonna study at NYU Abu Dhabi. Uh, literally moving in 5 days.
5 days.
Yeah,
Jesus.
it's 5 days. Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, it's literally the week I'm moving on because now it's Monday already.
Yeah. I don't know.
Have you started packing or
No.
something?
I mean, do you see those empty bags there? All of them are empty. Yeah. So I'm gonna study at NYU. I'm gonna live there. Like, I'm gonna be in dormitories there. Was amazing that I got a full ride. So I don't have to pay for anything, which I pretty much appreciate, to say the least. But I think it's important to highlight that this scholarship is based on, it's need based, so it's according to how much your parents earn, not that, like, I don't know how much you succeed in school, which is, I think, great because it gives more opportunity.
And like just common sense. If you struggle with money, you cannot concentrate on studies, which means that you have to work besides university, and in order to gain some like scholarship when it's about succession of your studies and be the best of the studies, you don't have time besides work, so it's a vicious cycle. So yeah, the needy won't ever get tuition when they don't have this type of opportunity.
But it's also that, let's be real, the needy don't get the opportunity for the same education. They got way worse
Yeah, of course.
educational
Yeah, of
opportunities.
course. Yeah. So like
And
the really needy won't ever go to university, let's be real.
yeah, I mean, that's the problem because they do not have
Won't
this.
ever.
Because, yeah, they go to suckier schools, which have worse teachers, which have worse conditions, or they cannot afford such things as textbooks. I mean, no, it's a serious problem. Uh, or they may even not be able to afford to go to school, but they have to go to work so early.
So like here I have to stop you because shall we talk about this rather than your experience or what with the university or
We can discuss this part. Yeah. I
Yeah, I
guess.
mean,
Yeah.
because
And
we
then
had the
come back.
Yeah.
You.
So like I just saw an
yeah, because we
opportunity,
had
a gate open.
yeah. I mean, we discussed that we want to talk about something like this as well because this
Yeah,
is
inequality.
Inequality.
yeah. I mean, I think I've already got into my point that yeah, when you are coming from a background which you are not controlling because you just born to a family, and you're coming from a background as poor, then you are having way worse conditions in life, and you're not provided with the right help.
Yeah, absolutely true. And like, and of course we are talking about this without even the slightest concern that what we are gonna eat tomorrow or stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So like,
we're really lucky.
so let's be
we are
real.
privileged.
We are white, male, European, healthy as far as I know. Um, we have money. We are not from working class or even the so-called hardwood floor, not hardwood floor. Floor without hardwood.
Oh,
Yeah. So like if it's even
That's
like
why we have a podcast.
yeah yeah
It's
I
just
mean, yeah,
we just need it.
yeah. So like yeah we have nothing to worry about actually.
Basically,
Basically yeah.
that's the truth.
our future is
Set.
set.
In
Yeah.
a way.
Yeah.
Of course we can fail because for example I failed to get into school but like dude it was not my like only opportunity. It's for somebody who is like in like these like ghettos and stuff because they are so poor. Getting into school may be their only shot at a better life, and if they don't get into, yeah, it's done for. You're done for, boy. You can go to the 9 to 5. You can be like a
Yeah.
I don't know, cleaner of the streets and stuff. So
And nowadays, like just taking into consideration university. So I will live in another city in Budapest, and accommodation, food is more expensive there. Everything costs a lot of money, and just so we will rent a flat with some of my friends.
five
And,
of you.
yeah, five of us will rent a flat because it's much cheaper
Yeah.
like that. But still, like we had it without boards, shelves,
yeah.
and
So like the furniture is
yeah,
missing.
It was
yeah,
not
the
furniture.
furniture is missing, and in order to make it cheaper, we built it ourselves. But even buying the wood, we're
Of course.
Oh.
expensive.
Yeah. Even like, of course, there's now not this huge of a fluctuation of the price of wood, but like 6 months ago, it was like crazy. It was like one day it was 25,000, then it was 52,000 forints, then it was 38,000 forints. So it was crazy. Yeah. But nowadays it's really fucking expensive too.
Yeah, so everything you see is just, and of course, when you, if you can pay for it, then you're good. But if you cannot do, then this whole university thing is just a huge mess. Like, if you have to get a student not scholarship,
Loan.
No,
student loan, then you're already fucked basically because of the inflation and
and the interest
and-
rates,
and
it's so
yes.
high, especially here in Hungary. Yeah. It's really high, of course. Yeah.
And I think what is also important to highlight about this, because you mentioned that it's maybe for somebody it's their only shot, and their chances are not the same. They have way less chance of getting in,
Of course.
and also way less chance of affording a life in a city where they would just study. And they have way less chance of these.
Being the best student, like it's almost impossible for them because they don't have that, so they have to catch up. Even if they get into, they have so lesser knowledge. Is it the word lesser?
So much less.
So much
So
less.
less, I think.
So much less.
What?
So they have so
Ah.
much
It sounds strange.
lesser.
Lesser. It's
Much
like
less.
lesser sounds like a name, but
It's because of GTA 5 Leicester.
oh yeah, it's true. Yeah.
The side quests.
But I mean, yeah, and it's just I really hate the narrative that many times we tend to say that everybody has the same opportunity and we are starting from the same levels. I don't know. I mean, the fact that everybody can apply to university does not mean that everybody has the opportunity to apply to
Are
university.
they going to finish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Yeah.
Of course.
And because so many factors plays in if you think about it, the amount of time that you can spend with school during primary high school, because you may have to work at home, or you may have to actually work because the family does not have enough money.
Most of these guys have to leave at 16 until here in Hungary there's this like how do you say,
Low.
Low, thank you. Which gives all of the
Compulsory education age.
yeah on it's until 16.
It's until 16, yeah.
So after the age of 16, most of these families decide to pull the kid out of school and put them on the like next to the conveyor belt and stuff because they just have to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Because if they
And
don't, they became a liability for the family. Just think about it. So like a kid or a young adult, because as a 16-year-old you're just about to
yeah.
get into your young adulthood, but like as a 16-year-old you're just a liability for your family because you just don't put anything on the table. You are just a investment for a longer term, but most families cannot afford to have long investments, not even for their kid to be the investment. They need them to work.
Yeah, and it's also that so many things that you just take it granted are not granted for them. I've heard this, and I like this example because it shocked me a lot. That think about the fact that when you have money during school, you have the possibility to always have healthy food, or have enough food. Not just that this house that you have just enough food, which is great quality food when you have money. But when you're coming from a poor family, and you may not even be able to
Eat.
eat and afford the cafeteria food, which is not great quality though. At least in Hungary, it's not great quality,
no.
which is an issue. Uh, they actually not have the nutrients to feed themselves and to have the energy to study, and they will fall behind
Yeah.
because of that, which is, I think, super logical that you don't have a good diet and it will affect how you can work mentally.
And if we're talking about mentally, so we're not just talking about money wise, but if you're coming from a family where you're emotionally not healthy, the others are emotionally unhealthy, that just puts another extra layer of pressure and confusion and stuff where yeah, you just cannot concentrate on basically your future.
Yeah, easy as that. So you are really concentrating on things that you do on the daily basis and you don't see your plans in the long run, so you don't have anything to motivate you to work for.
Yeah,
Basically, yeah. It's
and
shit.
you don't have to fight it. It's
Yeah, and it's also that many times somebody who's living in poor conditions, they don't actually realize that they are poor. Because
I think that now this not might be the like so accurate. Not that your argument isn't correct, but like most people can actually see it on at least when you can access internet.
that's the problem. They can't.
Yeah, so like, how to say this? There's level of poor, and I believe that you don't have to be that poor to face these problems.
yeah.
You just have to be at the bottom of working class, and still you have money. You have enough money to eat. You have enough money to like. Sometimes, of course, you have to restrict yourselves. You have to buy the cheapest of everything, but you still can afford at least something. And then there's that poor who is just like, oh my god, you have nothing. So like, of course, you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
and
I'm going to get water for the all of us,
thank
all three of us. Okay.
thank you.
yeah, I mean, I think like there is a certain extent to this point, but also, for example, when we talk about the internet, you don't have to be that poor to not be able to afford having internet, because it's not just the service you have to pay. You have to pay for the phone, or you have to pay for the computer. And even when you are just like really part of the working class, I think it really can happen that you cannot afford having internet, which is also a drawback when it comes to school, because you're not provided with that many of information. You
yes,
cannot look up that many things. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think in our circle this is mostly the case. But yes, certainly.
Yeah. And I think it's the so there is a problem of that. It's really hard to be motivated to get out of being poor. And I think we cannot really imagine that. Probably we cannot imagine that, but if you think about it, it's like something that you cannot even imagine how much work you have to put into. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Cheers.
I felt like my throat is burning, so sorry, but I had to do it. So
Yeah.
for the team.
You have
Yes.
to take one for the team.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that is also can be a problem, but I believe at least this is not a problem that is coming from the poor person itself, but it's coming more from the environment that they have to experience.
Like, let's be serious. Everybody is born with the same opportunity. Not like this in sense, but like the genetically you are not destined to be poor. Genetically you are not destined to be like stupid.
Yeah.
Just simply, your intelligence isn't really dependent on your genetics. Of course, there's like a slight percentage when it could affect
Yeah.
your like personality and stuff because your mentally or your brain is like fractally is different from others, and this is why you have disabilities, which stops you from being so, how do you say, intellectual.
But
However,
mostly that's not the case.
yeah, most of the
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
So
that's
like,
not the case. Yeah,
yeah,
but it can be. Just it's not.
it's like your surroundings will determine how fucking good you are in life, how you do like your stuff greatly. Everything. Your relationships, your job, your like hobbies. So like yeah, everything. Most poor people don't even have hobbies because they just so in the like mentally drained, so they don't even have like a shot at life which could be happy. They don't see an out. So like Bandit told us that he's working now in a how do you say, meat factory.
Butchery factory.
But yeah, yeah.
Butcher factory.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
and he tells us that he saw these people work at least 4 years in a row, and they do the same thing. It's like
Killing you slowly,
yeah.
basically.
And for me, it's so like wow, like yeah, it's crazy.
And it's very much affected by what kind of opportunities we not we're giving people, but we're providing them and helping them to have. Because and
Have you mentioned equity as
no,
a buzzword? Of course, we too throw around buzzwords
yeah,
because
and equity,
everybody does. You need to.
and equity is one of them. But equity is actually super important.
Yeah, it's more important than equality.
Yeah, because yeah, there are people who has to be treated extra in order to give them the same chance as other people.
Yeah, of course.
And it's like if if there is a disabled people, for example, you make buses to have a possibility to get the wheelchair on the bus because you want disabled people to have the same chance to get on the bus as not disabled people. Uh, but also, if you want to have the same chance for poor kids, for example, to have in school than those kids who are coming from a better socioeconomic background, then you have to give them an extra help, a way to provide them, which can vary very differently. What you can do, and I think the problem is that we're not doing that.
It's like I really like to say this, like we had a long distance walk from the city center of Győr to Győribrat some night. It was like a Tuesday night, no,
Wednesday.
Wednesday night, this week or last week officially now. So like and we talked about COVID, and then Zombie mentioned that how it was treated and like how precise everything was, because the when it comes to something which the whole world is worried about, truly, I mean, it's like
Ever
your life is dependent on it. So
Yeah,
like
basically.
then it showed that humanity can solve something in a year, which is like a crisis, which means to me that for the world, the poor, environmental problems are not. These are not considered to be crises if there's a plural. So like it's just simply not. So us as humanity don't even care about that.
I mean, I think, and yeah, I have to do that. But the problem is that, or at least huge part of the problem, is that these things like inequality, socioeconomic inequality, or as well as environmental pollution, are coming from the system, like are the results of the system we are living in.
Yeah,
And I mean, the thing is, people don't want to change this system, like at least those who are beneficiaries of this system.
Yeah.
Or they may acknowledge the problems of the system, but their individual lives are more important for them than to solve these problems. Because it is a system wide problem. Like, if you think about it, it is. And I mean, yeah, we're not gonna change the world and start to talk about how we should change this system to be better. But
Uh, one thing I think we're on a good route, good direction, is like if you look at how technology changed people's lives and how technology is improving and improving and improving. So I believe that so technology, if it reaches a certain point where it is accessible to the mass, to the really really masses, so the poor people also, because it's so cheap, and really you can get basically the best education, because with AI and stuff you can get really good education and healthcare. Probably, hopefully, it can happen with the development of the technology. Then it can help like real masses.
it's like I believe it's more of a question of, do these companies need this? So like
No, but if
so
we
like
have
so,
it,
so like sociologically, This like idea is really really good and attractive, but like when it comes to the system that you've mentioned, of course we know the system. It's really
Capitalism.
it's really hard to tell whether it needs it needs to have at least the slightest of equity, because I'm like just trying to think about whether us as humans, we are destined to have capabilities of being so much better than the other one. So we, of course, for the longest of the times that we know of humanity, we always had upper lower class, always. There was no time in history when this was not the case. There were the slaves, there were the people who went for a hunt, and those people who were just not capable of hunting, so they did something else. But in that specific community, it must have been like a trait that is not really respected. So you were actually below that specific person. So now I'm just trying to figure out the tribal stuff. So like, are we as humans really inside of us, do we really want to have the slightest of equality, or we are just like, oh yeah, this is how it is? So like, and I don't mean like as a whole, or yeah, I mean it as a whole as well, and as a specific person as well inside of you, because like, I don't know whether I would be really happy if I know that it's going to sound weird a little bit, that if I know that I have a less chance of that opportunity because everybody is doing so well in life that going for that job, there are much more people there right now. So it's like, it sounds weird because it's like your own like sub like not objective but subjective reality that you perce- perceive the word, of course. But like, aren't we a little bit like fine with this, truthfully? So it's like, you don't have every single day, you don't get up and just have the like angry urge that, yeah, we must do this differently, we must change the system, because like, for me at least, the system is so beneficial that I really have to strive to think about things like this right now that we are discussing, because we are so lucky to have these type of stuff that most people, I don't think that most people are even thinking about this problem, and it's because of this.
I mean, I think like there is, but I want to add two both things. First, I mean, I absolutely see the point of technology, but I'm just having the question of whether technology is the solution or the problem. Because when technology is like when there is technology that is available for masses, for a lot of people, there is better technology which is better for the rich and not better for the poor. And also, when there is more technology, there is also a greater issue of sustainability and also a greater issue of environmental pollution, uh, which is again affecting the poor the most, and endangering their lives the most. And this is just, now I'm not like, this is a counter argument to your
Mm-hmm.
point, but I'm not saying that I completely disagree. It's just a question I'm
Complex. Yeah.
having in head, that whether technology is the solution or the problem, or both at the same time.
It can be.
I don't know. And the other thing, to yours, I think the question, or I don't know if this is the question, but I have this question, is that whether we can have a system that is not based on competition or not.
Yeah, true.
Because what you are describing as the issue is competition. Is that we're competing with one another for a job, for a better life, for whatever. Um, and
It's
this is, and I don't know. I don't know if I knew that we can have a system without competition, I would not sit here. I guess, uh, but
we still can try to figure out actually because it's really interesting for me.
yeah, I mean, it's a really deep question, and also adding to that question, isn't it also there are certain level of living standards that should be just your right, like I think at least, and this is maybe utopistic, but there are certain level of living standards, such as having house, having meals, having education, having healthcare, that is your right. It's not that you should. It's not something you should fight for. It's, I think, your right to have it as a human. Or I'm just putting out the question if it is, but that's a little bit off the track of competition.
Yeah, I actually like support this idea, but of course there could be again a question where you're like, is it really though the simplest things to have house, food, I don't know, education? It's like you mentioning stuff, these five things that you just mentioned, it's like you are done for 60 years of your life. It's like there's nothing to, like, of course, because traveling and fun hobbies and stuff, these are like addition to life. But like, if these are the basics that you would give to somebody, it's like, I don't know, most middle class families still have to fight in order to possess their jobs, pay for their bills. They can, but still, they are stressed about money all the time. I think the middle class, of course, and I don't want to say this that, oh, the middle class has it so bad or have it so bad, but still, the middle class is constantly struggling because they are in the transitional period of being in the next 20 years rich or poor. It is what it is. Middle class is going to disappear, everybody knows. They are whether going to be poor or rich, it's up to them. And so it's,
Or the system.
or the system, yeah. But like, they're still struggling with money, paying the food, the bills, providing for the kids, education for the kids, education for themselves. So it's like, if it's basic, then the 99% of the world should have it, at least.
This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but it's like, then it comes to the competition again, because like if you have, like, just think about that there are 8 billion people with the same qualities. What's the work?
This is the
What's
thing. I'm not calling it qualities. I'm calling it a right.
Okay, so there's rights. But like, dude, let's be honest. It's a quality to have education. You have so much in during your education. You get a degree, of course, yeah, nobody fucking cares about your degree. But like you have networks, connections, you have like capabilities, you have personal growth and stuff. So all of this combined, for example, you are a middle class, you came from the middle class, you are in a way destined to enter upper class if you don't fuck up school and you don't fuck up like other things, or your life doesn't change and you can actually finish your education. You are actually somehow have the opportunity to jump from middle class. That's that. Easily said. However, if everybody has what you have right now at the moment, then your chance to get to the next level is not 2%, which you had. It's like, I don't know, 0.00000000001% to get to the next level that you are going to be there. So it's like, of course, because 8 billion people next to you, besides you, have the same, which means that they also can take a shot at, for example, NYU,
Yeah, and that's a great thing.
I don't know, man.
It is. I mean, at least in my perspective,
I don't know, man.
it
I
is.
don't know whether it's great or not. So it's like I don't believe in this theory that everybody should have.
I mean,
So like of course you should have basics in your life, but I think after a certain point there's nothing like a donation and stuff. You just have to work it through.
but nobody's talking about the nation, and like this is the thing. What at least what I'm mentioning is not one time here you go. I'm giving you a house, or here you go to this school. What I'm talking about is that if we build up a society from the bottom, then the right way through a process, people should be provided with the basic living standards. And I
Which is a
think,
house, education, job, food. This is what the middle
yeah,
class has. Plus,
and the one,
plus,
and
plus,
the
plus
again,
two,
because
plus
the
two
middle,
vacations a year.
but this is the thing. Yeah, this is what the middle class have. But I think these are the basic things for life. Like, think about think about it for a minute. How it would feel like not to have a house.
I can't. I simply can't think about it because I have never had to.
Yeah, that's the thing. And this is, I think, should be what should be right. That people don't have to think about the fact that they have a house or not, because because if they don't have a house, they don't have shelter, they don't have warmth, they don't have a place to go to. It means their life is just a half life because they are suffering every day.
And of course, this is like what we are right now talking about is the Western culture. So it's like, for example, I don't know whether in Africa this could be even feasible too. Because like it's so fucking complicated because you have to see it like in your own village. Of course, us three are not the same on the ladder of the system. And like still we are all of us three belong to the middle class, but still there's difference of course. However, we just don't know whether this is feasible for the whole world as a whole. And like no, it's just so complicated. I don't know how an African kid who suffers right now, who right now dies because he starves. Just think about that. He's dead. He's dead. The guy is dead now at this moment. How this guy would have had, because he's dead now, we can talk in the like grammatically we can talk in past. He's dead. He's gone. Now this guy, how he would have had even the slightest opportunity to this what you told. It's like it's so complicated to be culturally respect the stuff. Regions, whole regions with billions of people are like separated from this Western ideological life of a middle class. So it's like I just simply don't know how their level of life could be brought up without ours as the part of the Western society, ours without lifting up as well. I just don't see it.
I mean, the thing is, I have no idea about the house. I think there is a place for the debate of how, and that is also important. It's more important than this debate
Of course.
of how we could make that happen, or if we can. This is the thing. I'm not saying that we can make this happen. I'm not an ideologist to say that we can make this happen. Uh, but I think it's super important to have these conversations and also to think about that. Yeah, in a general sense, it may not have it may not should be a question that somebody has a place to go to
I mean,
as
even
a
this
home.
even this conversation makes me uncomfortable. So
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing.
Yeah, but yeah, yeah, of course. And like, of course, I agree with you. Morally, of course. Morally, I want everything to be like, not, I don't want to say what I usually say, that everything should be good then. But like, I really would like to live in a world where like we don't have to talk about poverty and stuff, of course. And like it would be really good just in Hungary or just in the Western world to figure out a system where the needy could get what they have to get, because I still believe in like certain rights, of course, like the opportunity to work. And of course, in order to work, you have to have shelter too. That's really true.
Yeah,
But like, for example, for homeless people, what is more important, the shelter or work?
but they can't work if they don't have a home. This is
But
how our system currently
but they
works.
can't have a home if they don't work. So it's like,
But
how,
this is
how
why
is
we
it
should
my
provide
fault?
them with home.
yeah, for like, yeah, that's true. But like, how do you? Oh, it's fine. Okay.
Because
Yeah, okay. I understand, but still,
and it's also
but still, those people. It's like, I don't know how is it fair for those ones who are homeless to give home, and those ones who just make enough to live in a home, but still they have to live on butter, bread. That's it. How is it? So it's like I try to see it from the point of view of those ones who are just make it, but they are not really. So it's like, I can pay the rent, that's it. How is that fair to those people to see like the newspapers and like, yeah, the homeless people got a home, fuck yeah. And I know it's like, this is why I don't believe in a system where a people who is really really poor gets an opportunity, then those ones who are just below that specific level, they need to get an
I
opportunity too, because it's just unfair then if they don't get it. So they have to get it too, and then the next one and the next one. So it's like, until we believe that there are some basics, education, house, work, food, these are the most important ones. Until that these are not provided, all of the layers have to be at the same time shifted to a better position. I believe so, at least.
I think you're lost in the details.
But this is why,
So yeah,
but I believe because of the details, this is why it just cannot be done.
but I mean, this is the thing. Honestly, I don't think it's unfair if you morally think about it. Because I mean,
I started my argument with morally, I believe that there should be a word.
yeah, but you said that it's unfair.
Yeah, morally.
so
But sometimes
you
but
basically
sometimes
saying that it should be done
I think it's
it can be done. You're saying that it should be done, but
it can be
you
done.
don't.
It can be done, and I don't believe in
no,
it.
no. I'm not saying it can be done. I'm saying that there. I'm not completely closing out the possibility of it being done,
So it's like,
but I'm not seeing it done in a system like this. And I also saying it that when it comes to the fairness question, why is it any better for the person who is just having enough money to have a rent? Why is it any better for them if a homeless person is still homeless?
why is it hurting them?
Huh?
You mean?
Yeah, if you say it's unfair towards them, why is it hurting them? What hurts them? Also, putting in the perspective of having homeless people for a country is more expensive than giving them housing and giving them job. So for a country, and this is from purely an economic point of view, for a country's economic performance, it is worse to have homeless people than to provide the homeless with shelter.
On paper.
This is statistics.
On paper, this is what I say. I don't know whether there's a country where there are absolutely no homeless people. Absolutely none. None. And they are and they had to dealt with it as well. So it's like there were like tens of thousands of homeless people, then they did it, and then now it's done. Homelessness is wiped out of the country, and then it was like economically the greatest decision.
I mean, it happened that they reduced homelessness a lot, which already prospects economic changes. I think it was in Finland, but I'm not 100% sure.
Of course, in Finland and everything.
No, I'm not. I don't want to do that, but I think it happened.
Yeah,
in Finland.
I
This is just
I said it because this is the truth. Unfortunately, they do every single like what is a concern of social stress and social frictions.
yeah.
They do it correctly. Just let's be honest, they do this all of the stuff that they did to build a better social layer system. They do it correctly.
Yeah,
And
But-
everything is connected
Yeah, of
in
course.
this system. So yeah, if you work on this part, then it will improve this part.
Yeah.
And
It's so
if
complicated.
these work together, then it's all
There's a third thing that these two are going to help, and so it's like, of
Yeah,
course.
But it's also, I think, what can show, for example, that is the mentality is super important. To take Muslim countries as example, because a lot of Muslim countries are not full of money, to say the least, but they have the least amount of homeless people because of the Muslim culture, and because of them having the mindset that it's a must to help the poorest, and it's a must to have people shelter. Those countries have the least amount of homeless people, whilst also providing the fact that a lot of these countries have way less economic money and generally economic performance than Western countries.
This is what I wanted to say actually. So like, yeah, they have less homeless people, but they have the grand scheme of things. If we compare, let's see, can we even compare a Western country to a Balkan country, for example, like let's say Turkey? Can we even?
No,
At least the word does, so we can compare them. So let's compare them in this way. Yes, homelessness is much less in, for example, Turkey than, for example, like in France, let's say. But you just mentioned the economic output, and of course, it's because that more people are poor in Turkey than in France. And it's not just because of the numbers, because if you just throw it down to the very simplest statistics, is going to show that, yeah, of course, there's more poor people. So it's like, we really have to separate in this argument of, or just simply the question, homelessness, poorness, and most of the layers of poorness. And just circling back to what you said about morality. Yeah, of course, I like to be the moral right as well most of the times, but like, I believe that my true idea, without thinking morally, I don't care about morality when I say this is when I say that it just cannot be done. And it's not just because of the system, it's just because of the people living in the system too. And yeah, it's like the question of whether the egg or the hen was the first one. Yeah, you know, the like what's made what.
Yeah.
But still, I don't care what's made what. You have to wipe the whole fucking society out in order to have. Yeah,
Thanos.
but like, let's be real. You have to do it because most people think like me that they want to possess their position. They don't want to be pushed. They want to be pushed upper and upper all of the time because we live in this type of society, and I don't care whether the system made us or we made the system. It's still so. Speaking from an unmoral perspective, this cannot be done.
But this is why I not said morality, but mentality. There is a different, like, this is what I'm talking about. I think what I wanted to present in this comparison is that, for a fact, how people see it, what people attitude towards these questions are, matters. And in a fact, it can be a different way. Like I'm just saying that I'm not arguing the fact that we can just solve poverty. No, I'm not saying that. Or that we can just solve homelessness. No, but I'm saying that we can shift how we think about it, and it can matter to make these shifts of thinking about it, and we can get these situations better. Will there be a point where there is no homelessness?
No.
I don't think so. Who knows? Let's never say never. But
You can say never.
yeah, I don't think so. But still, it does not mean that we cannot make changes. And this is the thing. It's super important how people think. And yeah, now we're getting back to another important point, which is education, which influences a lot how people think. And how people and this is like a circle. Everything is connected to everything. That, for example, if kids have the connection to kids coming from poor background, or the poorest background possible, if they have those connections in school, if they are together in school, they can be way more empathetic towards them. They can understand them way more. They can have a way more important conversation about this because there is someone who sadly but experienced it, and that gets back to it's only possible if those kids are provided with the same education as the kids who are coming from upper education, or coming from an higher class background. And yeah, this is why, of course, where to get the end of this problem, where to start resuming this problem, don't know. Super, like, really everything is connected.
Of course, you have to
within
start
this
from
issue.
where Finland started. So it's like, yeah, you said it, education, easy.
Easy. I mean, easier said than done, for sure.
Yeah. So still, yeah.
Yeah, but it's just important.
This is why I phrased that the whole society needs to be wiped out, because, like, in a sense, because, like, not the next hundreds of generations are going to solve this, but it really depends on our generation whether it's going to be solved. For example, during the 105th in the future, because we just might be the first generation who take the step.
Absolutely.
But nobody wants to take the first step because
I don't count.
yeah, like, why? This is my life now. I live a good life. 150 years later, where I will be, dude, fucking dead. Why would I care? So yeah, this is again, like, can we actually think in a way that there's something out there which won't even benefit us. Never, ever. Not even our grandkids. Is there a possibility of that? I don't know. I think there could be. And you know me,
Yeah, I know. I mean,
I just try to question this because like I actually said that most people think like me, but I have to correct myself because they I believe that most people don't even think about these.
I mean, I definitely. I mean, yeah, I think to a certain extent, you kind of represent the rationality, and I represent the ideology or the ideologistic part of this. But if we're talking about this problem, both are equally important.
Yeah, ideologistic point of view is much more important for the possibility of change. And mine is much more important to be like, yeah, dude, sometimes it might be solvable, but like, of course not now. Yeah, I don't know. Inequality is really a hard topic to discuss.
And I mean, we only talked about socioeconomic difference.
Yeah.
We didn't even mention racism. We didn't mention homophobia, xenophobia.
Cultural differences,
Is
frictions. Like, yeah. Let's be honest. When where there's no culture, that country thrives. These days, like America. Right. No true religious country, so like a religious country cannot is destined to be not the best capitalist country because of the main ideas.
yeah, but I think we are pretty down with this topic. Like
Yeah.
we got to the sad part.
Yeah. But like when you talk about these type of stuff, I believe it's sad because you still believe. I believe that there will be like a point in our career, for example, if you are going to deal with pol science, that like you will start to realize that
The word is fucked.
not like the word is fucked. I don't really want to say this because there could be still a slight bit of hope, but like yeah,
I mean, I also have to highlight that me having ideologistic thinking or questions does not mean that I
you're
don't
unaware.
consider
Yeah,
the rational part of it.
yeah, of
I
course.
do am, and I am aware a lot of the rational questions as well, which are also important. But in that case, we would get into super niches, like super specific questions, which should be narrowed down because they are so complicated.
Yes.
True.
Shall we take a break or no? Or can we actually continue with topics? I don't mind.
Something easier.
Yeah, something easier, but also the question. I think it's important that how long do we want to go?
I don't know. It's
Are you
been
getting
like
tired or not?
it's been like how many hours? Almost 4?
Yeah, we're
Almost
getting
4. Yeah.
close to the 4 hour mark,
Wow.
which is pretty nice, I believe.
Yeah. I think we can actually podcast all of our conversation. I don't mind if we switch to Hungarian either, so it's great practice for like English, of course, but still.
Yeah, we're at 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Yep. Not considering the before work.
Yeah.
From 6.
Yeah, from 6. The work before. So yeah, I don't mind anything. We can take a break. We can talk in Hungarian. I don't know. In Hungarian, these hard topics could be easier to discuss, of course, because you can speak intuitively.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the vocabulary is different, difficult for me.
Yeah, I
With
mean,
these,
that's fair.
I just cannot explain myself basically.
Yeah, I actually noticed that, like, for me, I usually say the same thing just with different phrasing all again and again because I just don't know how to say it in one word. Because most of the time,
Mhm.
what we are talking about, it doesn't take long because, oh my God, we are geniuses. No, it's because just simply we just cannot express ourselves correctly or shortly enough to finish a sentence like in seconds. And this is what I did with this sentence as well. Like, of course, I try to be really precise with my language, but like, I noticed that, and I noticed this sometimes, and don't take this as a offense or stuff, but you really like to say things differently, but more than it needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, do know that.
It's one of your
But
best.
it's also great.
Yeah,
So
yeah, because
it's
it's a great
positive
way of
and
communication.
negative.
Yeah, of course, because you could really be, you could tick off the boxes, you know. Like you go through, like for me, when I say a sentence, I really try to focus on not to offend anyone.
Mhm.
In order to not to offend anyone, I have to do some statements. Like, this is just a general assumption. I have never had this experience in my life, so I'm just talking out of curiosity, and then I can say the
Mhm.
thing, because with these marks that you say in your sentence, and with these, like, I don't know, side quests,
Side quest, yeah.
it really affects like how you phrase it, but like the meaning of your sentence is still the same. You just actually provide yourself a security of others reacting to your sentence
But
in a way that you really won't like to get. So it's really fucking hard to actually speak about stuff that could offend anyone, especially when it comes to social stuff.
Yeah.
Because if you don't state these things, you can actually come to somebody as a fucking asshole.
and also if you phrase it three different ways, then uh, it's getting more clear. So it's good. It it can take up a long time, and you can get lost in it
Yeah.
Yeah,
eventually.
yeah,
But yeah, if you phrase it in different ways, it's it's clear, and people won't misunderstand it.
yeah,
So
true.
it's better, and
Yeah,
that's something I'm not good at. So I really like to make things simple and say it in basic sentences so that it's clear, but on the other hand, what I think is clear for other people, if I say it in very basic words, it just means nothing, or it's not understandable.
it's like I believe that it is understandable, but like most of the times what you say for an argument, I understand it. I believe that what I am bothered with most of the time is just I have to tick all of these boxes in order to, because I know what I want to say, but I don't think that the specific person that I'm going to say this thing is going to perceive as I want
Yeah.
to them to perceive. So it's like, and you have to do these side quests in order to, like, you start here and you can focus it down. And this is the meaning actually, but you have to start here in order to make them understand what you are trying to say. It's hard, especially because people get offended. I too get offended sometimes, oftentimes. I can too, actually. So it's like, it's hard.
But I mean, it's also understandable that people get offended. Like, yeah, I think um, your sentence, even if it does not have an intention, but it triggered someone, that is just understandable as an emotional reaction, and it can trigger. You don't know, and it sometimes doesn't even have a reason. Sometimes it has a very clear reason why, and this can be important because otherwise you can be really ignorant, and this is like working against of being ignorant, I believe.
It's so much work, actually.
It is. I mean, it's hard not to be ignorant.
It's
But
it's really so much work because you have to speak so much. And I truly sometimes I logically put my sentence together in order to check all of the fucking boxes. Because I know that I sometimes tend to be so simple that sometimes what I'm trying to say, it's not understood correctly.
Yeah.
It's hard.
But it's also like it's really hard to find the balance because sometimes just over explaining is just too much. So like, and this is for example my struggle. I always over explain everything. And I think it can feel like now you just think I'm stupid and you are just explaining it to me again, and you're assuming of me that I don't understand what you are saying.
But this is not your intention.
And this is not your intention. So like the thing is, even over explaining can be offensive.
Yeah.
Everything can be offensive.
Yeah.
Like, we can talk about whether, like, when you're triggered, when is the time to tell, or when is just simply the time to deal with it other ways?
Is there a time? Like,
When
can you say, like,
can you say that, yeah, I'm right now triggered, but
Of course.
I just solve it myself, and I don't have to confront the other people about that. Do you always have to confront?
It depends on. Don't know.
I mean, if you're over explaining something, you just say that, well, yes, I understand, thank you, without any negative feeling or negative feeling that you want to push on the other, then it's perfectly fine. So if you can let the other person know without any like without pushing against each other, then it's good.
Yeah.
And it's also that I think when you do not have wrong intentions, somebody telling you that, hey, this triggered me, is not a way of them saying you are an asshole. It's a way of them asking you to please pay attention to this. And you don't have to take that personally. And it's weird because in that case, if you take it personally, you're getting offended of people telling you that you offended them.
Yeah.
If you think about it, like this is basically what's happening. You're taking it personally, whilst if your intentions were not bad, then you have no reason to take it personally. You just say, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm gonna pay attention to it next time," and you're done.
Yeah, but like, when you talk about phenomena, and of course somebody is going to fall into some type of category that you're discussing, for example, of course, social traction and stuff. If we talk about poverty and there's a poor guy with no fucking money, and we are telling, yeah, they are fucked, and he tells me that, yeah, it offended me, then didn't he took that conversation personally? Isn't being offended and triggered is coming from something that isn't really concentrated on you, but you took it personally as well.
Not necessarily.
So you can be offended because somebody said without intention of hurting you, something positive, but you still get offended. I don't know. How could it happen that there's a person talking to a person, he they tell some he tells something to them, and after that it is considered to be offensive. However, it wasn't a negative saying against them.
This is how uh, discrimination baked in society works. And like the thing is, it can happen because, for example, it's easier to take this through an example. You have an ignorant racist sentence. You are not a racist. You don't have, and you truly are not a racist, but you're saying something which is ignorant, and that can be considered as racist. And even if you're putting that in a context when you're talking about why we should not discriminate against somebody who is a different race, even if you're putting it that sentence, if you're ignorant of the fact that now you're being your sentence, not you, but your sentence is racist, that triggers them because they are facing racism on a day-to-day basis. They are facing racism everywhere in society, and that can be like, now I'm just talking about race, but it can be
Everything.
applicated to anything. Yeah, because this is what this is what they're facing regularly, and until you are, in this case, not a people of color, you don't know what they are facing. You don't know how it feels to grow up and meet these are, this is the thing, this is not even called discrimination, this is microaggression. And and understanding that microaggression, yeah, it can hurt a lot. It can feel sucky when people are ignorant with these social phenomena, and not the one specifically that you are saying is the problem. The problem is that it's happening constantly.
Question. What do you think about when somebody gets offended by a comedian? So like a stand-up comedy, their job is to make people laugh, make fun of people, scenarios, and everything basically.
So yeah, you can.
Where is where is the line, or is there a line, or what?
Yeah, there's a line, and that line is called the door, and then you can leave if you're offended. You don't have to make a scene out of, like, yeah, you get offended, of course, yeah, okay. You didn't like it, but I believe the social situation is that, yeah, he's a performer, you just got offended. If you don't really want to be there, just don't be there. Leave the place. Leave it like that. You don't have to make a statement every single time you are offended. You don't have to. So it's like, you really have to know when's the time to say what your problem is.
But then again, and I've never thought about this question, so I don't have a clear stand. But if you think about it, if a comedian does not pay attention to, for example, discrimination, does that, and somebody coming to an event when they can get through a joke, that doesn't matter, but that's still discrimination. They coming to an event, you're gonna tear the whole thing down if your leg is there.
Yeah.
It's not that stable.
Yeah.
So, and saying that they can leave, does that mean if you are part of a minority in society, you should not take in part
No.
of stand-ups?
No.
No,
No.
no, no, no.
No.
But then, who is responsible?
No, it's not this simple. It's not
Okay,
this simple because, of
then
course, anyone can get. Fuck. If you work in science and you're a fucking nerd who works in a lab, you can get through jokes. If you work as a car mechanic, yeah, there's the stereotypical car mechanic with oily, like, I don't know, tracksuits and stuff, drinking beer. You have your stereotypical construction worker who drinks beer in the morning. This is the first thing. Smoking cigarettes every single time. You have the lazy bum sitting in the office who could be stereotypical as well. So I would say that when you go into a room which is comedy, you sometimes have to understand that that place is just simply dark humor of truth.
One stand-up comedy that I watched about this topic, the guy said that, well, I make fun of everybody. If I would skip the minorities, wouldn't that be like racist? So that I don't include them. They don't feel presented in my stand-up if I don't joke with them.
But
Basically.
my question is, joking with them, is it the same as discriminating against them? Because, and this is now my question is, what is the fine line? Because there is joke and there is discrimination. It's
There's
not
no
the-
fine line because the line in this situation is subjective. Because
and
if you
jokes are basically stepping a bit
over the line,
over the line.
or most of like these performances, not jokes in between friends. You have to understand, not jokes
know.
in between friends, because in between friends, of course, you respect. But how could you respect 250 people watching you? It's like, this is what's really fucking hard for not just comedians, but all of the people who speak in some issues. Thousands of or millions watch them. How could you even be appropriate to a million people? I can say a sentence, simple sentence. I don't like dogs. There could be, out of 10 million people, someone who could get offended. I know it's not on the same level.
yeah.
It's not on the same level.
It's-
It's not on the same level, but still.
No, I think it's not so much not on the same level. This is a bad example.
But
honestly.
still. So then, I don't know. It's a bad example, of course, but still, you have to understand that there's like, or you don't have to, sorry for the phrasing, but like, I believe that there should be some tolerance both ways. It's his job to do so. This is his job. His job is making fun of people. Everybody. The fats, the skinnies, the blacks, the whites, all of them. Everybody can get.
My problem is, or just thinking through the question, I still stand my point that I don't have a clear stand in this. Because I do understand that it's his job and they are making fun of everybody. It's cool. And that's absolutely right. Do you have the same things? For example, when we talk about race, do you have the same things for white people? Do you have the same like stereotype or discriminating jokes? Do you have discriminative jokes for white people? Do you have discriminative jokes for straight people? Do you have discriminative jokes for um, cis people? And then I can go through the list. Like, and the thing is, making fun of something and discriminating, at least in my head, should not equal the same thing. And do they like, or I don't know, I've never been to actually a stand-up comedy because I don't like it, but it's just I don't like it. But how do they make fun of white people based on them being white?
They do.
They do.
How?
They do.
They character. Just like
What correct?
think about it. Just think about how many times have we laughed about white gym bros, the gym bro phenomena. How many times have we laughed about it? So many times.
I did not.
And the gym bro is a character, and the gym bro most of the time is a white guy who is a cis guy who goes to the gym and being a fucking gym rat.
Never thought about
It's funny.
it that way, but okay.
It's funny. It's funny. It's a funny phenomena. It's a funny phenomena that there are the fitness influencers, the girls. It's funny.
But is there discrimination behind?
You can make a discriminative
Like
joke.
based on their
You
skin,
can.
based
can.
on their skin of their color.
You can make discriminative
What?
jokes, not based on the color. Yeah, of course.
This is what I mean. You don't make joke, which is based on discrimination when it comes to.
But you know what you discriminate, but you still discriminate them because of their character. It's like you really love something to do. It's like your fucking life, and there's
But
somebody.
it's not the same.
Dude, they spend let's stay with the gym bro character. They spend most of their time in the gym struggling. Like they could struggle with body dysmorphia, they could struggle with mental illnesses. This is why they are there, and you make fun of their character, bro. It's like joking with mental illness at this specific example. So like, and your character, like you've worked towards something 25 years. You can be a scientific researcher. I don't care about nothing. You could be a teacher, and the teachers can get. Of course, this is their character. This is your fucking personality. Your personality.
You being black
yeah,
is not
I-
your personality, and you should not
Yeah,
make
I
fun of
think-
you being black. It's not your personality, or being part of any kind of minority. We just talk specifically about race. It's not. It has no connection to your personality, but it's still happening. What on what level is you being black part of your character?
I think it's like depends on, of course, the community. So it's like Indian people living in India are going to be like their fathers, their mothers. The community is going to bring them up, and it's a tendency that people with the same culture are going to live together even in cities. For example, this is why you have Chinatown and stuff. This is why you have Little Italy, for example, in New York, because all of the Italians are going to be there, or at least try to live there, spend most of their time there. And like you're going to be living with those people who are your people, your color, your culture, your religion, and you are going to strengthen these societal standards that these type of cultures are building. So yeah,
But your race is not your culture, and your race does not equal a culture.
all right, it's not your decision whether it's your culture or not, your race. Because yeah, of course, you can as an African American, you can actually like live in a white neighborhood. Still, there are kids who are just actually born to be a black African American, and they have most of their childhood is going to be spent with black African American friends. It's fine.
But
It's not your decision whether your culture is going to whether your culture is going to be distinct or not.
How did we get here?
But no, I just don't get how your culture equals your race. It does.
I just said it. I think there's a tendency.
I mean, if you're saying that more black people live together, for example, in the US, yeah, there is a tendency because of segregation, because of discrimination. Yeah, there is a tendency if you think about it, but that's racism. That's because of racism.
All right.
And
This
slavery also.
this is one example. But then there's Little Italy. There's Chinatown. There's other stuff. For example, part of New York. Let's talk about the U.S. now.
But yeah, this is the thing. When we're talking about black people, we're not talking about one culture. We're talking about hundreds of cultures, thousands of cultures, which are all distinguished, all different cultures, and all having lots of differences. Just
Yeah.
be, and this is why I don't think you can compare it to Italian culture. You can compare Nigerian culture to Italian culture, not black to Italian, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. True. You got me there. Yeah. True. Easy as that. True. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, true.
I mean,
Easy
yeah,
as that.
I mean, it has no problem with that. This is also interesting to think about. Side quest here too. That this is what I'm talking about when I mentioned that these things are baked in society. That, for example, we tend to think about black people as one culture.
True.
Like, and if you start to just narrow it down, you obviously know it's not one culture.
True.
But still, from the point of view of how society handles these questions,
Even though this
you can assume and still, if somebody would have asked you that, do you think that there is one black culture, you obviously would have said
yeah,
no.
of course, yeah, I just got lost track in the conversation.
Yeah.
True.
Which is
And
okay, obviously.
in
I'm
the
not saying not
in
just.
the debate, but still, I still believe that. Yeah. So, color is not connected to anything. Then we can actually step on this as an agreement. I have to say, but so color is not your personality, but so you just can't get. You really shouldn't be joked with your color, but then your nationality, your culture, every single other stuff should be allowed. That's my question. Because if yes, I believe 97% of jokes made by comedians are not racist at all. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
This was a very random statistic.
yeah, of course I could have said 70%. Yeah, of course. But still, if we don't count them as racist or discriminative because it's not connected to color, then I believe that the comedians are just fine.
Still, I would say, I mean, it also depends. It definitely depends on the situation.
How do we
Yeah.
define discrimination? Because I've mentioned the white Jim Bro with body dysmorphia as a discriminative act if you joke
It is.
with his like performance. Yeah, you so fucking skinny, bro. You don't even enhance and stuff. Yeah, he can
That's
actually.
discrimination. Yeah.
Yeah, and discrimination is too when you say someone who is black. Yeah, pick some cotton. And then, yeah, this is discrimination too. But there's a huge, huge difference between the two.
There is like.
But then again, what we consider discriminative, because if we accept that the Jim Bro stuff is discriminative as well, then comedy is dead. I mean, like,
Yeah.
making assumption and jokes about the masses. This is what comedy is.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm not saying the
No material left. If the gym bro shouldn't be get by a joke, then who? Then who else should be get? Really?
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I also think that it's a really hard question because then again, if you would be in the position of getting offended, and for example, a comedian making joke of something super personal that, and obviously it's not intentional, but you would be in the position of getting super offended, then probably you wouldn't just let go with the thought, okay, this is a joke. Like, you would still be offended, you would still get hurt. So, like, this is the thing that obviously everybody has same levels of tolerance with jokes. And there will be the people who is going to talk about the discriminative stuff, going to joke about the discriminative stuff about themselves, which is the discrimination against them. There will be those type of people as well, obviously. But still, it's so super subjective that what's the line? And if you put yourself in the position of getting hurt by a comedian, would you let go that feeling by just saying that this is a joke? Or would you still be?
So like being made fun of on the street randomly is not your choice. Buying the ticket to a comedy place is your choice. You made the choice of you obviously know that this is danger zone. Anyone can get. So like you
Yeah,
expose yourself to be in a cage where you can get slapped anytime. You just don't know when.
especially if you're in the front row.
Yeah, or you are kidding with Will Smith.
Yeah. But also, if you think about it, and now I'm getting back to race because it was a good example, there is still distinction. And for example, as a white person, you never have to be afraid of getting joked about being white.
Yeah, that's true. But if you
So
are,
why should
if
a
you,
black person have that fear?
women have that fear. A
Why
lot of
should
women,
they have
a
that
lot of
fear?
women could have that fear because most comedians are actually uh over the line of sexist. Most of them, because they're men.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are.
Yeah, a lot of them are men.
I mean, why?
Yeah,
This is
so
just my question. And I'm not saying that there is a right or wrong. I'm just questioning this.
My question is: you buy the ticket, you go there. You had an intent. You had an intention with this purchase. Was it the intention that, yeah, I'm gonna have a good time because it's funny, or yeah, let's go there and be feared whether I will be the butt of the joke or not? So like I believe most people who go there, they won't even think about this stuff because they made a commitment and they clearly understand what's happening there, because there are so many videos of comedians on the internet, like joking with cancer, bro. Every second person has cancer, so like, or every third at least. And then in that room there could be like one with actually almost dying. So like, and it wasn't your choice either that you were gonna fucking die of cancer. So like, yeah, it's hard for a comedian. It's really hard to. You can't. This is it. You can't.
But I also
I thought that it will
Yeah,
make the two of you
yeah.
against each
A
other. Yeah,
difference.
because I faced this question not a long time ago, and I'm just thinking about it, and I couldn't
Decide.
answer it
Yeah.
really, but thank you. I still
can you answer it
I
now?
still can't answer it.
That's the question. Can you answer it now?
No.
It's really hard. Yeah, comedy is. For example, like I don't know whether you saw or not the Office.
No.
Nope.
No. Then doesn't matter. But like the Office, the first two seasons.
But I do know what it's be like.
The first two seasons is crazy. So, bro, they make fun of everything, and it's with their colors, with their stuff. For example, there's like a scene where like a black guy gets a heart attack, and the manager is white, and he is standing over him, and he is shouting at him that the black guy's name is actually Stanley, and the white guy is shouting at him that Stanley, wake up, Barack is president. You're Black Stanley, Barack is president. And it's like, yeah, this is this was a line of a joke actually. And at the time you think, yeah, it's funny. But now if you think about it, of course it's fucking racist, of course.
I mean,
And my question is, this series, which includes jokes like this, all 9 seasons, could even start today. Could even start. Wouldn't it be cancelled right after that? Yeah. Done out. You fucked.
but it's also my question is that if a series or if a comedian has a racist joke or whatever discriminating joke, me criticizing that for it, and I mean, if there is the right space, like I don't know, there is a space when you talk about it, and hey, you confront the comedian that, hey, I think this was racist. I think that's fair.
And probably he will say yes, it was. But
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's fair, but also saying that a series, not that the whole series, but also sometimes you can say the whole series, is discriminative. Yeah. I mean, the fact that you're joking about it does not justify that it is discriminative. And me saying that it's discriminative, it's a critics towards it, and do whatever you will with it. I don't fucking care what the creators do with it. I just think it's discriminative. I have X, Y, and Z reasons why I think it's discriminative. From that point on, this is just critics. And yeah, if it gets cancelled, that just means a lot of people think it's discriminative, and people express that it's discriminative. And honestly, yeah. I mean, if people reason that why it's discriminative, what else do you want? I mean, do we just say that it's a joke, then it's not discriminative? No, it's still discriminative. And I'm just saying that it's discriminative.
Yeah, sure. My question is that do you literally have to express?
I mean, this is what social media about, so I guess, I mean, that's not the problem of
you have to,
expression.
you have
This
to
is what
express
social
everything
media, yeah.
in social media.
Yeah, and I have a problem with this as well.
Me too.
You have to
Yeah.
you have to be a fucking comment like going into the comments is definitely a harder war zone than what's happening now in Ukraine. Right, here, this
Was a discriminative joke, yeah,
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah,
But I can,
Not our comment section. It's pretty peaceful.
yeah, and I wanted to note that it's impossible for a Ukrainian people to see this live stream because it's one people watching us,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is us.
still.
Yeah, because it's 3 o'clock. Three.
Yeah.
Almost.
Still, so yeah, it's like I have opinions from a lot of stuff. I know it's not the same when you feel like you're attacked.
Yeah.
I feel attacked sometimes, but I still I still believe whether it's worth it or not to just let us pick your fights.
I mean, that's really true. But again, then your problem is not with people canceling a series because it's discriminative. Your problem is with how social media works.
Yeah, of course, but social media works as it works because it can easily cancel anything.
But I mean,
So like, I don't know if we were like so against war movies showing people killed off and stuff. Why doesn't these get cancelled? Like,
sometimes they do though.
I I can actually
Not
question
this way, but
I
yeah.
can
Not
actually
because of the blood and that
Yeah.
stuff that's
and you
happening.
know what you know what is worse because like of course there's level of discrimination. They're severe, of course. And this is when I think it should be mentioned. Yeah, bro, this wasn't no. It's not accepted. But there's like this other part of things that people who think the same about, for example, discrimination, they tend to group together. Of course, because they have the same ideas, they have the same incentive of what is discrimination and stuff. And like with groups, there will be definitely communities, and communities could be really large. And if you have somebody that the community doesn't like, yeah, he's fucked. He's done out. Because the community can bring them down any second. Even though he just might fall short one time. It's not like you have like opportunities to solve a problem. You just accept something you didn't mean. Like during this conversation, I have made so many mistakes that I could be cancelled for. So many. And if there were like 10,000 people watching this is what my career is like all about, being the perfect every time without one slippery mistake, because there could be a community watching me, thousands of people like waiting for the perfect moment because they hate my guts so much that yeah, now we can get him, now we can just fuck him up. This is a thing. This
I
is a
mean,
thing.
that's
They're like
I lost. I lost.
they are like behind the computer. Fuck you, fuck you.
yeah, but you know, I just
I
don't.
get a drink.
Careful.
Please get a drink for me too.
Yes, okay.
I wanted to react
Amúgy
to
egy kancsót, hogyha
nincsen
az
kancsó,
egyszerű,
szóval.
vagy valami bármi. Na, jó.
You can react. I'm here. I'm here. You can react.
So the thing is, I just don't see the connection between saying that something is discriminative and canceling. Like, yeah, it does happen that something is cancelled because it's discriminative. But if it's discriminative and people don't like it because it's discriminative, I think that's fair. After that, if the if the people keep on hating, then again the problem is hating and doing the hater things. But the thing is, it's still what happened is that person was discriminative, and now you have problem with people reacting to actually hate with hate, which is not good, not a good idea. But again, that person was still discriminative.
Does it justify what they do then? That he was discriminative? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hate them back.
But
We
but this is not a problem of
we use the
discrimination.
same weapon as he does.
But this is
We
not,
use the same weapon. It's like you get shot in the head. Yeah, I get shot in the head. Yeah, you too.
but okay, but this phenomenon does not exist because of discrimination. This phenomenon exists because of social media.
Yeah, still, but
And
This
discrimination is
discrimination-
just this little part
yeah,
of
but
it.
discrimination became a buzzword to use for every type of canceling that you can do ever.
No. No.
It is. It is. It is a buzzword. It is a buzzword. Yeah, it is. Just as environmental pollution, just as global warming, just as environmental protection, just as poverty, just as leftists, rightists, just as LGBTQ. These are so buzzwords. These are really
How
buzzwords.
are these buzzwords?
These
I'm
are
really
buzzwords.
sorry. How the fuck are these buzzwords?
These are buzzwords.
Fuck. Like, honestly, it's like, I don't know, saying that you being a mechanist is a buzzword. You being Italian is a buzzword. You being,
I
don't know.
think he means in the concept, not just yeah. But if you're trying to reach a certain result, I don't know. Thank you.
Thanks.
Magadnak?
I drank. Sorry.
Oh.
Isn't it buzzword mean elcsépát? Because that was my context of being something a buzzword.
Yeah, memes, and this is why
And-
I'm
and-
asking,
and-
how
and-
can
and-
these be?
Elcsépát? Because we talk about them so much.
We talk not enough of them. Really sorry. We talk way not enough of them.
Or then it's just me who deals with them so much that I just can't get enough. Or I have enough already because I understand what's happening.
Yeah, it's still happening. I mean, it's just that I'm really sorry. When it comes to until there are way more discriminative acts in the world than cancelling acts in the world, then I'm gonna put the problem of discrimination here and the problem of cancel culture here.
True.
And yeah.
That's true.
And I'm not saying that cancel culture is not a problem. I'm just saying that discrimination is a way bigger problem.
True. True, but still,
And
problems are problems.
yeah, and if we had enough of them, that would mean that these are finally enough problems. If we talk enough of them, if we wouldn't talk
But
about
the
these,
question is that
if these
how
are
you
not
get
problems.
to those people who you wanted to get. Yeah.
That's a good question.
Because if we talk about it and we each understand something, that doesn't mean that we will reach to the person who doesn't understand something.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm saying this, that I'm not really into these questions and I don't understand it really, but I get some of them.
But yeah, but does that mean we don't talk enough of it? If it don't get to enough people?
Yeah.
I don't know, it's like you could be supportive of things instinctively too. So you don't have to get the education that, yeah, everybody is equal.
But are people?
Yeah, somebody could be.
Yeah, but how many?
I don't know. Like it's really hard to. So it's like, I don't know, it's like standing next to a gun, shooting it every single minute. The gun is next to your ear here, shooting it every single minute. Then you can expect that in 10 years it's gonna get to the exact spot that it needs to be shot at. This is my epiphany. For the 10 years you have to hear every single minute the gun shooting. And then yeah, after 10 years, yeah, there's like yeah, accomplished in 10 years. But you're so fucking like you just after the ninth year, every single minute that this specific gun is shot, you just get so bored of. It's like insanely bored of.
It's just that, honestly, what do you get bored of? Do you get. My problem with these is that what's the problem? Is the problem that people talk about that, hey, this and this and this is discriminative? Or are people talking about, hey, discrimination is a problem and it's problem because of this and this and this? Or that people mention their own personal experiences? Or what do you get bored of? Because this is what people do. And I don't know, it's just also, if you get bored of it, getting back to your comedian point, nobody forces you to watch it. Nobody forces you to watch it. And nobody forces you to watch anything. And if you see that many times in your algorithm, that means you're intentionally watching it because your algorithm works like that. That it's gonna show the things up that you're watching regularly, which you decide to watch it. And then it drops it you again and again because you watched it again and again. So
Not really. So like yeah, I understand with the first. I actually side with the first part you just mentioned. That's why what is boring of like this phenomenons, but like the algorithm doesn't really seem for me to work like this. It's like yeah, I watch random shit sometimes and the algorithm just goes crazy and just like 5 videos instantly. And I don't know how. And like yeah, next 5 videos it's like memes, the next 2 videos is the same topic as well. The next videos is like this. But it seems to me that most of like the agenda that this is boring most of the time comes from I would say the critics of the left. So like
usually this comes from discriminative people.
yeah, the critics of the left and not
These
discriminative
people
people,
can be discriminative too.
not specifically discriminative people, yeah,
But no, this
but
is
the critics of the people. But because yeah, I said it. For me, it's a boring topic. I really sometimes I like to discuss it. Sometimes I'm like, oh no, this shit again, because it's like we talked about it so much that I understand. I believe most of it, and it's like repeatedly talking about like this brown table for me at this time. So it's like yeah, I support everything and stuff, but like for me, it's like yeah, great conversation. Sometimes it's like nah, I don't really want to get involved in this right now because I just don't have the vibe for that. because it's like, yeah.
I just really don't think that you can understand everything. Like, uh, I don't know. I think me personally, I have a lot to learn about it, and I want to learn about it every day because I still get new things which I did not hear, experiences which I have not heard of, things I have not thought of that can be discriminative because of how privileged I am in life. And and me personally, I want to learn more.
But it's
And
like your passion project in a sense.
no, I don't think it's not a passion project. It's that I think it's important. It's not a centerpiece in my life. It's just that I think for my personal growth, this is important. That's all I think about it. And it's really interesting because whilst I'm saying this, I really only have this in social media when I want to. Like, and I'm interested. I watch a lot of these videos, but I don't have them, as you said it, after 5 scrolls. No. And this is then also another question of how the algorithm works. I have no fucking clue about that. Um, but yeah, I just find it important, and I don't know. I think my reasoning behind is reasonable. Why I think it's important, and also that honestly there are still way less people than who understand it than those who do. Because if there would be more, then discrimination would not be this big of an issue.
Yeah, true.
But it's yeah. Luckily, we attract the people who we are alike with, and if you're not a discriminative asshole, you hopefully attract people who are also not discriminative assholes. And then your circle more will be like of those people that, oh yeah, luckily nobody is discriminative, and then we can easily have the distortion.
But this thought means that the discriminated
Yeah, I know.
assholes will find each other.
Yeah, that's true, and that's a whole nother level of an issue of how to get the message to those groups.
Yeah, so it's like inside. It's an insider info.
Yeah, I mean,
So it's like the word doesn't even get out because those talk about these who are on agreed terms. We don't discuss about whether insulting a black people, insulting a black person is discriminative or not. Of course it is. We are now arguing or just talking about in a sense whether discrimination in a sense is or not, I mean, boring or I don't know. Like the topic around it. So like how many times it is talking about and stuff. For me, sometimes is just enough. Sometimes I really enjoy it. Sometimes I just really don't get the vibe to talk about it. Sometimes because like I know.
It happens.
Yeah. It's
yeah,
like
but
you
this
don't all-
happens with
yeah.
any kind of
As a-
discussion.
yeah. This is what I just wanted to say. Like for me, sometimes I'm just into learning about discrimination too. Because of course I would like to be somebody as well who is not an asshole as you have mentioned, but like
What a life goal. Not to
but
be an
like
asshole.
but like of course like sometimes it's just because discrimination is again a problem which is not for me as an individual. And sometimes I don't really like to deal with those problems that are not connected to me, like,
Personal.
all the time.
But I mean, they could be like. This is also, and this is like a little bit of sidetrack of this, but this is the thing, and you may not like this, but you can very much broaden the concept of discrimination. Like, if you go abroad as Eastern European and you go to Western Europe, you can face many situations when you get discriminated because of you being Eastern European. AKA, for example, when Zombie wanted to find housing, and they saw that he's Hungarian, and they were like, no, we are searching for other people.
Damn.
And that's discrimination. And yeah, I'm just saying that you can absolutely face discrimination too. It's a lucky thing if you did not, but I don't think that's like. I mean, that's, I think, impossible that you've never faced discrimination.
Of course, but
But
like, if you don't
it's good
face
if
discrimination all the time,
yeah. I mean, it's good if it's not
daily.
daily thing and it's not a great issue in your life. I'm just saying that it could absolutely be personal as well, because and for example, when I first heard this, like how as Eastern European compared to Western Europeans you are underprivileged, I was like, whoa, I've never thought about it. Like, I've thought about that, which is true compared to the world. Being European is an absolute privilege, but compared to Western Europe, being Eastern European is not a privilege. Yeah, it's just
Fun fact.
another thought process. And we could have so many of these examples.
Yeah. It's like, for me, the word is so, I don't know. There should be subcategories made, in a sense.
I mean, to an extent there is.
Yeah,
Like, this
because
is what racism, sexism, xenophobia, stuff like that for.
yes, so we should use the right word for the right specific issue all the time to get used to them, because like, discrimination is just an umbrella term, and we just say that was discriminative. No, we should say that this was dysphobic, sexist, xenophobic. I don't know.
I don't think it matters. I mean,
It matters because I think it matters because you can distinct then whether it's like, what's the real issue. Because I believe with most people is that they don't understand what's the issue with this.
That's a level of truth. You were gonna say.
Lighter topic, please.
Ugh.
I don't like discussing life all the time.
What are your sleep schedules? It's already 3 a.m.
Mine is like,
Usually free, yeah.
yeah, but now I'm going to
Yesterday
go.
7.
Yes, I'm actually going to go home because I have to do stuff during the AMs.
I'm not gonna be up.
During the AMs, I know.
I hate the AMs.
Me
Yeah.
too.
Really? When do you usually wake up, Domi?
10.
But that's an AM.
That's an AM still.
Not the morning.
I mean, I plan to wake up at 11 a.m. at uni. I'm gonna have a class at 11:20. It's gonna be funny. I'm gonna run. No, I'm gonna probably
Coffee, shit.
get dressed, poop, yes,
Coffee.
make my coffee, and run with my coffee.
No, one more poop, then run.
What?
Yeah, that's the truth. You know you.
Yeah.
You know you.
But I mean, if you think about it, if it's for waking up at 11, it's worth it.
Yeah, true.
I mean, if you are a night owl, obviously. And you're not planning going to sleep before 4 a.m., then it's a good thing.
Ah,
Yeah.
if it makes you, I don't know, more comfortable, then I can say that I will probably be waking up at 3:30 a.m.
What?
But
You won't be waking up.
Not today, but like for until the end of the year.
I mean, if you think about it, oh no, I mean, it depends on the day.
No,
But we may,
it's gonna be 6:30 for you.
but maybe 5:30 depends on like the clock setting here.
Because
Now it's 2 hours difference.
don't they do that there?
No, they don't.
Then why do we do it?
It's like it's said because of the irrigation.
Suck on irrigation. What?
Like if like they can do the watering the plants late
Before the sunrise?
no
Then
late in the night.
I don't understand.
Evening.
It's
I have no fucking clue.
we should only have the winter time, I believe.
I have yeah. No, I don't know.
Because then it would mean that during the summer, 11 o'clock p.m. it would be light still. There would be still some light. In some rare cases, of course, but like during the summer, there could be cases when it's 10 p.m. and there's still some.
No, if we
Right.
had, you mean, but if we had the winter time, then at summer there would be sunset earlier.
Really? Doesn't it like the winter
Or
time
no?
is backwards or forwards?
It's fucking confusing. I don't know.
Isn't it forwards?
Is it the other way? I have no.
I
I
don't
thought
know.
it's
It's like-
backwards.
it's like forwards because you have to have the sun later.
But don't we have like a 25-hour day because we set the clock back? Or do we have the 25-hour day at...
So
No, we have the 25-hour day, I think, at the winter time setting. Or
and
do
we have a 23-hour day.
At spring.
That face. Look at the camera with that face.
I don't know.
Because
I don't know.
who the fuck cares? My point is, there could be phenomena, situations when you go to work and we can talk because I'm gonna be still up.
Yeah, in the car, for example. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. This is going to be your night talks. For me, it's going to be worky talks.
Yeah. And you will hear my voice be like, oh,
You're gonna be
yeah.
asleep. or in some random house party.
Oh yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
And we can do a fun FaceTime.
Do you have a scissor?
Caesar.
You're doing this the whole fucking stream.
Well done.
Did it?
It was hard.
Diamond whip. Suck on that.
Should we
Should we?
call it a night?
And I don't know. We should discuss something happy, not just to do this. Like we talked about personal growth, discrimination, inequality, personal issues,
Future plans.
traveling. Yeah, future plans. That's good.
Yeah. So what are your future plans?
Other than wakey and worky.
Yeah. So you asking me? So yeah, I'm going to work because of not accepted to uni.
Happier topic.
Yeah, but like now I am fine with that. What I am not fine with that already yet. How do you say? how do you say, just yet. I am not fine with something just yet, which is that how I got the reactions from others, whether I had any reactions from others to this issue of mine. However, most of those people who I really care about were supportive. So that's really cool because then I know I have some good mates. So I will be working as a postman. It's not like a postman, but because you don't collect or
Delivery.
give delivery, yeah. But like not food or any type of stuff.
But
It's,
that's also delivery, I think.
yeah, it's like packages.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
I only do it for the euros. For yeah, because like it's a lot of money considering that I believe that a great like how do you say this? A great profession here
Yeah.
pays the same.
Working.
Yeah, and you have to be working like in higher level positions if you would like to have the same amount of money. It's like going to be around the 2000s of euros the salary. So it's like converting back it into Hungarian forints. It's like here in Hungary, it's like you get this amount of money if you are already working 5 years at a company as an how do you say
Manager.
engineer.
Yeah.
But it's
It's
yeah that's like reality, unfortunately.
as a delivery guy. Yeah.
Of course you have to commute, of course there's love fee for the gas and stuff,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
still it is really worth it. And the next one is going to be that I will be taking a photography course apparently at MoMA, which is going to be really exciting because this will be a course about the basics of photography, and I always enjoyed photography, and I would like to deepen my like skills a little bit. And then I am looking forward to learn German properly because I didn't really care for it in high school, but right now I know it's going to be really useful. And of course, reapplying for unis, and if it's needed, then an SAT is on the agenda as well. Um, I don't really know how the SAT works still, but I think I can get to it easily. Or if it's not, then I have to do a advanced math exam of the Hungarian system, but I really don't want to do that. So
And
if I can,
No. Don't.
deny.
I will take any other exam, but not that one because I think it's not useful for me anymore.
Bullshit.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. So yeah,
Sucks.
and this is it. And I'm thinking about not just applying for universities that deal with economics, but I'm really thinking about political science too, and filmmaking maybe, and yeah, business of course. Yeah, economics and business is not the same, even though the name is business and economics. It's not.
But it's also like depends on uni because a lot of unis has like
Business administration, for example.
or business and organization.
Yeah. So yeah, this is it. I'm really how do you say? I'm really into the idea of studying abroad. So most of my how do you say applied unis are definitely going to be unis like for example in Germany
Mhm.
or Austria. I even bet on some in Holland.
Wow.
Yeah, that was my original plan as well, but like it's money, a lot of money. But now I have some faith because like two of my friends, and I'm right now not talking about Zombie, but actually Asti. and his current boyfriend, they are both going to Netherlands to study
Mm-hmm.
in Hague, The Hague actually. So yeah, this is exciting. So yeah, this is my plan, and of course, I forgot to mention that I would like to travel a lot. Starting with this September, I'm going to Andalusia. Andalusia.
Whoa.
Español.
Yeah, Espanol.
In España?
We are planning on a road trip with my partner, and then after that, we really would like to see the Caribbean region in January,
Whoa.
maybe.
Whoa.
If I can verdienen nur Geld,
Genug.
genug Geld, then
Next podcast is gonna be in German.
yeah, no,
Natürlich.
no, no,
Nine.
no. So yeah, this is this if I can get enough money and I can have some money to spend, then this will be the next trip, the Caribbean region, because she really would like to visit Cuba and I'm down for it actually. And I really would like to see Jamaica, so it's like a good how do you say this? Compensation.
Compensation.
Yeah, so like it's a trade-off for it's a win-win because it's the same region. Then I really
Call Orlando.
yeah, because he's Cuban or Jamaican. Yeah,
They are from Cuba.
yeah, Cuba,
Yeah.
yeah. And then I would really like to work until just March or April because April and May is still off season, considering traveling costs, and I would like to see the Baltic states maybe because they are still in the price limit that I will definitely have, or pay for another expensive flight and go to South America. I don't know. But I would like to travel 3 times before I start, at least 3 times before I start uni
Mm-hmm.
in September. So it's like I don't mind whether it's going to be a summer project or a spring. I just have this goal that including my trip to Andalusia this September, I would like to have 2 more at least during the course of the 9 months because I want to. And I know this is the time when I have it.
Yeah.
So I can do it for a longer time, for example,
Yeah.
2 months. So I
You
wouldn't
should.
mind, yeah, I wouldn't mind working neither. So yeah, this is definitely could work. I hope. And of course, then we'll see these are a lot of plans, but still.
But
Yes.
send pictures if you're in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. We will be really, really jealous.
It's strange because like I am going to be jealous of you because you do your education. So it's like always you're always jealous of the other what you don't have.
But
Yeah.
with the right friendship, with those jealousy, you motivate each other.
Yeah, that's true. You can fuck up uni too and go to travel.
I mean, I can fail out, fall out.
Fallout.
I can
Really?
fall out.
Really?
You can fall out of uni.
I thought it was a so supportive system that you like you will finish because you are made sure to be in a sense that there are strict rules of course that you have to live the expectation up to of,
Yeah.
but still that they are just not letting you go like yeah you fucked up bye. So you have more possibilities, you have space for fuck ups.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that works.
Don't try to.
But
Yeah.
I don't.
Gather up
Yeah.
fuck ups.
But I don't want. Yeah.
So your next 4 years in Abu Dhabi, yes, and Domi, your next 4
Yeah.
1,
years.
2, 3.
Budapest.
Budapest.
And yeah, it. So they say that this university, this isn't the hardest one. So I will go to tourism and hospitality. And they say that people say that people look at this very differently. So I heard that it's easy, I heard that it's difficult. I think I will manage. So right now I'm focused more on what can I do next to university that would make it
More
much more
enjoyable.
enjoyable. Yeah. So right now I'm looking dance courses, which dances I should learn that I'm really interested in.
It's really cool.
Yeah, like joining some of these communities, groups where they are building actually something or just working towards something, and it can be like a really active. I can take an active part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm into acting, so I will join some drama club if I still have time. If I still have time. Yeah, probably my next years will be like running from one place to another and trying to get as much as
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah, of course. Seas.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. But I think for you, this is the same as well, that you really would like to spend that 4 years without any regret of being,
Yeah.
like, lost
FOMO.
opportunities. Yeah. Fear of missing out.
Yeah.
Not to like, it wasn't intended to, like, be like, explaining to you because you don't know what FOMO means, but I just like, because Domi said FOMO and I was like, yeah, this is the word.
No,
I
you.
I try to. Yeah, this is over explanation,
Yeah,
right?
this is all, this is
and this was
explaining why you were over explaining.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Fuck.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Dude.
So you don't get offended because
And you got off.
I assume the level
stupid
of
or something.
yeah, the level of understanding of your English, but I just no.
That's also not even English.
We're
Tash.
getting tired, I guess.
We do. Absolutely. But
A beer or something.
we can drink a beer.
Oh, I don't want to. I had enough
Yesterday.
yesterday.
You have to continue. For hangover, you drink next day. That's the Balkan style.
This is why my Western Europeans are like, yeah, they're animals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of these were also stereotypes.
That the Balkans say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also that the Balkans.
Of
they
course
are
it's
true
like-
stereotypes. They are really true.
It's like stereotypes are not. Oh, I don't want to get into
No,
this
no,
conversation.
we are not getting it.
Yeah, but like-
Now I'm the one shutting you down. I'm not saying it's boring, but we're way
But-
too
but-
tired for that.
But it is 3 o'clock.
How long is the stream?
Yeah. Let's wait for some
We're
core
20
number.
minutes away from the 5-hour mark.
I don't want to do the 5 hours. Let's just shut it.
5 hours.
Cut it.
That sounds great. 5 hours. 5 hours.
It's
3.
20 minutes. But
20
What do you do? Like, let's play a card game, or I don't know.
we have Uno, but it's under
yeah.
the camera.
Which is holding the camera, so you have to hazard the opportunity of us playing something, or we can just do ASMRs.
Yeah, ASMR.
Yeah, I prefer it. So.
Or we can start practicing to the German podcast.
Okay, so
Yeah, we already made a Hungarian podcast, so
Yeah, and actually,
we're actually on 2 languages now. I will learn Spanish in the
Yeah.
next years. So
let's go Espanol.
free language podcast. That sounds
I know
great.
I know some Spanish.
You know some Spain.
I know
Do
some.
you
Spanish.
speak Madrid?
I speak Barcelona.
Chisito.
Yeah, I know hermano, pendejo. If you have to like pronounce, I don't know pronunciation. Pendejo.
Pendel.
Pendejo. I know how to introduce myself.
How do you introduce myself?
Just soy, Patrick Csiszár.
Nem adja ki.
Just soy, Patrick Csiszár.
Jó, szóval.
Me no
Sorry.
comprende.
I don't know, what did you just say?
I don't understand. What do you mean?
What do you
This
think?
could be a long conversation.
Nice to meet you. No,
No, me no comprende.
Man,
I don't
Comprendo.
care. I don't care.
Comprendo.
I don't care. Comprendo.
Comprende.
magadról beszélsz akkor ó.
Ez igaz.
Hmm.
Someone.
Next year we will be
I hate
continuing this
I-
Spanish.
I hate Spanish conjunction. It's just
German is
conjugation. No, German is the worst. But I mean, Spanish is at least logical.
I think
German is just fogged up.
I think why most people don't like learning German after they have learned another foreign language, because you start with der das, and
Yeah.
der das doesn't mean shit to you.
It's just an
Until-
infinite
Until
struggle.
because
You don't see the end of the tunnel.
because like der das doesn't mean a shit to you until you really start getting into grammar.
I mean, yeah,
And then if you don't pay attention to the Adidas, then you're fucked. Basically.
You're actually not. So like they will understand you, but
You know,
like
But in the way school teaches you, you're fucked.
yeah, that's true. In the way the word operates, you're just cutting the edge,
Yeah,
so
but-
you're fine.
But understanding each other, so if we're not talking about the different accents, then understanding is much easier
Yeah.
than,
Yeah, of course you won't learn Spanish, for example, in Andalusia, in Spain, because they speak so lazy, which I have heard from several YouTube videos, because now I'm researching whether you should be learning Spanish like extreme heavily to understand something, and they told most in these videos that you can try, but you go into a restaurant, you order something, they say it back to you, and you just don't understand. And it's because they are speaking like they don't really care about what you said, conjunction, which means
conjugation.
conjugation.
conjugation. Yeah.
Consumption.
No, I said conjunction.
Conjunction. I
Which
don't
is-
think it's a word.
This is
Conjugation.
conjugation. Yeah.
Conjugation. Yeah. Conjugation. They don't really care about that, because like at the end of every word they just like when you like
Cut it.
just like
And it's
Elharapni.
yeah elharapni,
Just
yeah.
bite it down.
Yeah, by
But
the word at the end of the word, yeah.
Yeah.
also like it depends on the Spanish accent, because like and what I've heard, like people who learn Spanish, that they advise to choose a Spanish accent that you want to learn, because it's very different. Because at Spanish 101, they're going to tell you that every single letter is pronounced. This is Spanish 101.
And
And
then
and then when you try to speak with a Spanish person, and
what the fuck?
what the fuck are you saying? And it's also
But it's really, really fast. Jeez.
it's but it's also like there are these things which are hard to explain, but super logical until you have not learned of them. Like when in Spanish, you can, in certain situations, you can write together the not pronoun, but
Jesus. I hate it when we talk about grammar in English, because I don't
yeah,
know.
not
What's the I zoned out? What's What are you talking about? That's
About
question.
that, there is this logical thing in Spanish that you can write together with you can write together a verb and about whom you are saying to, like the sich in German, the sich part of the verb, because there are uh,
Okay, and
these verbs, and then you can write them together, and then you can write also the tárgy, what you mean it to,
the object.
object, yeah.
So like I believe the main difference between learning languages is whether that specific country which is the native of that language, are they show even the slightest of interest when you try to speak it, because with German you are considered a bullcrap if you speak C1. So don't even try speak German, because you are just going to be you don't know how to speak German, and they will say back things in English because they don't even respect you enough to try to speak with you in German, until like in Spain they're just going to be like, oh, you speak our language, how great, let me help you.
Yeah.
It's the same with Italians, is the same in like South America, as one of our friends described. So yeah, it's like but the fucking Germans, even the like in Austria,
And the French.
in Austria, it's so disrespectful. I tried once, and the girl said, "English, please, because I don't understand what you're saying." Go fuck yourself. Next time I'm going to speak in Russian, and you will
Russian.
in Russian, and then now we will speak, or don't, because you don't understand me. So suck on that.
I'm gonna react to that too, but I wanted to. So I realized that I can tell you the thing which I was talking about Spanish language with an example the easiest, and it's gonna make sense why I'm mentioning this. So you can say that dímelo. This means say it to me, but you write it together.
Okay.
This is how you write it, and it's super confusing because when you've never heard of it, it seems like a new verb, and it's also f uh like Spanish people speak super fast many times. You just don't realize that, for example, the it to me part is in it. You just hear say, and it can be super confusing because of that.
I understand.
Yeah, this is what I was.
And in Hungarian.
Okay, that's just... But also, yeah, this was useless. I just wanted to talk about Spanish language. Don't... I just-
Nerdin.
Yeah. So what you say is just true. I mean, I'm really sorry, but at least I had the same experience.
Yeah.
There was this one time at the airport in Vienna. That girl was super nice. And when I answered back in German, then she was like, sprechen Sie Deutsch? Ich konnte ein bisschen.
Bisschen.
And then
Go.
Yeah, and she was like, "Oh, that's super nice," and changed to English. But still,
Go to the clubs. They try to talk in German there.
I don't know.
Serious, they want.
dab, Johnny, dab, Johnny, dab.
I don't know why this music is so frequent.
What?
It's not great music.
But it in Austria, you know, they play it a lot.
I know, but like with this whole
It's
trial, and stuff, being so many like dark secrets about Johnny Depp out in the media, it's like weird to like count like someone's name constantly whilst you know that
We just
he is
changed into a
that
Theo one podcast. I don't know.
that he was thrown feces at him by her own girlfriend. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah,
It's like,
it's fucked up.
I don't know how this happens, but like when you turn into someone who seems to be really successful, your life just turns into such a, like, living an animal.
Oof, this is very
Like,
different topic.
like, but like,
Turn it off, turn it off.
but really, like,
We got the copyright
his
strike.
he, really his girlfriend shat on the bed and threw her feces onto his husband in like a $25 million house. So it's like, I go to the toilet in my, I don't know, 50,000 euros house. Then what are you doing on your bed? I just don't understand how people just like animals. But that's the truth. Have we hit 5 hours now?
It's 8 minutes till 5 hours.
Okay.
We wait.
We waited
Yeah.
You
out.
do a sleeping part. You know, there are these live streams when they just stream.
Oh,
that
it's
they are
really funny
sleeping.
because oftentimes you can just send donations with really loud noise.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And like there was this one streamer who was doing this type of live stream, and of course the when you send a donation and you write a note, the
Yeah.
note is going to be
Read out.
read out loud.
Yeah.
So the viewers and the streamer hears it too at the same time, and it was like the note was like, who the fuck is standing behind you, and like it was like repeatedly. So of course first it's just a joke, nobody cares, but like he wrote that, oh my god, he's getting closer and stuff, and like, oh no, he's just right behind you, and like the guy, it really happened because it was a prank. So like,
Boy,
yeah. So it was.
Jesus
I will
fucking
just lose
Christ.
my mind.
Yeah, it was true. It was true because yeah, there was literally a guy, but like hiding behind stuff.
But
So
that's just like that's fucking traumatic.
yeah, the end of the stream was like Hugh screaming and then shutting the stream off. That's it.
Yeah,
So,
that's fucked up.
I guess we never know what happened.
But he got the donations. Like.
Yeah. Like when I had my tonsils taken out, I watched like prank videos gone wrong compilations, and like there was some like, oh my god. So like, there's this type of prank when the elevator prank, when you go into an elevator and the elevator has a trap door, so a figure, of course a person can just crawl out, and like the lights are cut off, and then this person through the trapdoor comes in a costume like, I don't know, the women from Circle,
Yeah.
for example,
Mhm. Yeah.
the black hair in front of you. Yeah. And the person in the costume got hit so hard that it appears that she eventually died because hit her head in the elevator. So it's like, yeah, it's just a funny prank, and then you die.
I mean, you're basically, yeah, you are the monster, but you're trapped there.
In the elevator. Yeah. It's like, and you die because of
Actual fuck.
because of a prank. So yeah, it's funny.
And they put it out online.
Of course, it's blurred, like the picture with the blood and stuff. But it was like a tall man. Of course, he was like jagged. So I believe he hit her so hard that she's gone. She's a goner. A gunner. She is dead.
I understand what you mean.
Yeah. I really love the
Yeah, we're not doing prank videos.
no, it's like it really got to a
Fuck the
point where
pop.
it's really dangerous, and most of the time it's staged. is just so lame.
Oh yeah, it's staged so many times.
It's so lame. I don't like staged pranks. And those ones
And
that
you can spot it right
yeah, of
away.
course,
Yeah, it's
and
obvious.
those ones that are not staged, most of the times these are the pranks that get into these compilation videos, like pranks gone wrong. Because when a prank hits you really hard, then of course you're gonna act on your instincts. Hitting a little girl in the head, for example, and she's dead. How do you explain it to the police? Like, yeah, I fucking killed the monster. That was a monster. But the monster turns out to be a 9-year-old girl.
Why
So
do you have so many stories of somebody ending up dead?
why? But I don't have so much. This yeah, because
The
yeah,
YouTube
there's this
algorithm.
But
there's this
also like this day you were talking about
th-
killing all humans
there
and
there's this
stuff. So
that was for the joke.
killing all humans.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a material. It's a joke material to kill. No, that turned out to
No,
be
you were
really wrong
saying.
because I stopped right in during the sentence where I shouldn't have. But like
This
I
can be
have to
used against you.
I have to say I spent some time on 4chan. I don't know whether you know what's
No.
4chan. It's like 4CAJN. It's like a gore. There are some gore videos uploaded, and it's like you see people literally die. It's. Have you heard about it?
I heard, yeah, I know, but it's fucked up.
Yeah, I saw a guy. You know the song Feliz Navidad.
Yeah.
So this song was cut under a video when a guy went into a church with a machine gun. Ratatatat, dead, all of them dead, and then the song was Feliz Navidad. You know, like good vibey song stuff, and then just like the video showed.
And Feliz Navidad means Merry Christmas.
I know this is why it's like a happy song.
Yeah.
And the happy song was
Feliz
under the like video footage of someone going into a church with a machine gun and putting a bullet into victims.
I'm still having the question, why do you have all of these stories?
It's like
You just have another one. I'm just telling you that this was the third one in a row.
I think this is all. I haven't seen like not more. These were the two main that I saw and it was enough. No, I saw an African guy jumping from a really high tower and just smashing to the ground, and that's but this is it. This is all three I have
Oh, I
because
have seen that one too, so
really
you showed me.
yeah okay really
Yeah, you did.
I showed you that.
Yeah, you did. If it's the same one I'm thinking of.
It wasn't at the high of a tower, and
Oh
yeah,
wait, was it? Oh, maybe the one you showed me was with car and he was like,
flying off.
yeah, like
Yeah, maybe
Another one.
another one.
Cool.
But it was an Instagram though, so it's like sometimes the algorithm just doesn't really care whether there's like dying in it. Oh, TikTok is the best one. Like on TikTok, I don't know how like young boys can even operate, even those young boys who are like heterosexual, because I downloaded TikTok, I made a new account, and the first 5 videos were already because I chose male as a sex. So, girls dancing in front of like the camera. This was the first 3 or 4 videos.
Yeah.
How do you expect someone joining TikTok to actually find a niche if the niche of the masses is like,
Boobs.
how do you expect? What do you expect from society if this is how we roll?
we hit the 5 hour mark.
Yee.
You don't have to thank me for the entertainment for this last 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Danke sehr für how do you say? Auf
Aufmerksamkeit.
Aufmerksamkeit, ja?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Grüß Gott.
Thank you for the attention.
I don't think anyone,
gracias.
nobody is going to see this. Or, yes, somebody is going to. The
But if
HR,
it
the HR management, when you're just about to take on a position 10 years from now, and they're going to see this video, me talking about gore videos. It's fine.
No, but also like,
funny, funny.
no, this is why it's good.
I'm okay. You can hire me. You can hire me.
Please.
10 years from now, Patrick, you doing good? You doing good?
No, this is why it's good. It's 5 hours. There is no fucking HR worker who gonna watch 5 hours.
But if they just
The beginning and the end is enough.
the beginning and the end, this is the main parts, you know.
And the beginning
So,
and
right now,
The beginning is nice.
yeah,
but
the
this
first 3 hours.
but this
it
lot
was
but
great.
this I think this lasts like I don't know 1 hour. It was like
The heck are we doing?
yes.
So, muchas gracias.
Yeah. I
Buenas
mean,
noches.
Buenas noches, plata o plomo.
Shut the camera.
Nice. Shut it.
Shut the video.